Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, and welcome to PRSA Hot List. Super excited. Glad to be here. I see people networking. I see people chatting. This is going to be such a fun day, and I am so excited. My name is Shakira Johnson, and I am the Director of Community Outreach and Development for PRSA New Jersey. And in addition to that, I am the Founder and Chief Experience Officer of Johnson PR and Events, and I will be your host for the day. We have a fun-filled, exciting, valued-filled day. And I'm just asking that everybody go ahead and put all of your comments in the chat, any questions that you have in the chat. And if you're watching this on Facebook Live, go ahead and just start sharing it out, sharing it out, sharing it out. So without further ado, we're going to jump right in to our first fireside of the day, which I'm super excited about. Okay, so now we're going to do our fireside chat on media relations, marketing, and LinkedIn with Callie Schweitzer, who is the Senior Editor, News Marketing at LinkedIn. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring Callie in. Callie, can you hear?
I can hear you perfectly.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it. Thank you so much for joining today. It's such an honor to have you on. Thank you for taking your time. I'm sure you get filled all with these requests to do interviews and come on. So we're so humbled and we're so honored that you would join us today.
So thrilled to be here. And this is such an amazing organization that you founded. So I'm excited to be part of it.
Well, I didn't found it. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, that has been founded.
That has been founded, right? I don't want anyone mad at me. So yes, I'm a humble servant of PRSA, who here in New Jersey, we have over 300 members. And nationwide, I believe we're at 30,000 members. So it's quite the organization. It's actually the oldest public relations organization in the country. So you're in good company. It's all love here. It'll be PR and marketing folks and other supporting industries. So let's just go ahead and get right into it.
Yeah.
So just to start, tell us a bit about LinkedIn, your role, and what makes the platform special.
Yeah, so I'm a senior news editor at LinkedIn, where I lead our coverage of the marketing industry. So when you think about LinkedIn, the largest professional platform for networking that's out there, it is a hub of conversation. And I'm really in charge of curating the professional conversation around the marketing and advertising industry. What is so special to me about the platform is that it's a platform of generosity. And that's something that I think a lot about, because social media can often feel so me centric. And I think LinkedIn is the opposite. People ask me, what kind of stuff should I post? And I say, do you know anyone who's awesome? Do you have any friends doing really cool things? Have you read a great article recently? Are you spotting a job that you think could be cool for other people? Post things like that, because this is really a platform about giving to other people. And on the news team, I'm one of 75 journalists in 15 countries where we're curating the professional conversation all day. And I'm always so excited to see these kinds of posts, whether they're about the news or whether about giving to others. I love that.
Wow. So spoiler alert, LinkedIn is actually my favorite social media platform.
I love it.
It's absolutely my favorite one. I love the value, and I love just what you're saying about how people share and they support other people and they post other people's accomplishments. And it's also just a great way to kind of keep up with what people are doing in their career and congratulate them. So it's my favorite.
Good.
Yeah.
Hopefully we have a lot of other people who feel that way.
I think so. I mean, all of the reports also on data are really saying that in terms of value and in terms of ad spend, that LinkedIn really has the most value, especially when you're talking about B2B. We're going to be doing a chat later on social media with Talkwalker CEO Todd Grossman. And actually, last year when we had this chat, we talked very much about LinkedIn. So that's one of the main reasons that I wanted to have someone to come on, because LinkedIn is, if you want to talk about what's hot, I would say LinkedIn.
I'm so happy to hear that. And I think something that's been really interesting to see during COVID is how the personal and the professional have come together on the platform. So you're probably noticing a lot more people posting about their personal lives. And that's because there's no line between the two anymore. We know they're completely intertwined. And I've loved seeing that. Another thing I wanted to mention is that if you happen to be looking for work, there's an open to work filter that more than 3 million people have adopted on the platform. And that goes over your profile picture. And there's also one for hiring. And I'm a huge advocate for using different tools like that.
For sure. And I even noticed that the ones that kind of blend personal and professional are the ones that get a lot of engagement because they have heart. They have heart. We get to see people with their families. We get to see people talking about their highs and lows, and we can all relate to that. Exactly. So I think those are some of the ones that have the most engagement.
Yeah.
So can you speak to some of the challenges editors and members of the media are having now? So even on my team, they're telling me, one, people are being laid off. People are on tighter deadlines. They only are really being encouraged to write stories that are connected to COVID or the economy, except and the election that just passed. And so what are some of the challenges that you're seeing from your role?
I think that something every journalist, and I'm sure every single consumer struggles with, is how noisy it is. How do you break through the noise? How do you write and report a piece that people are going to see, that they're going to share, and that they're going to want to read? I think that that's something that's harder than ever because there's so much competing for our attention. That's something I think a lot about, is that when people say, oh, you're competing with the New York Times, or you're competing with the this or the that, every single app is competing with our attention. Whether you're on LinkedIn, whether you're on Tinder, whether you're in Gmail, those are all things where that's your time spent. And so I think that as people become more discerning about where it is that they want to give their time and attention, that's really top of mind for me, is how can I make LinkedIn, and specifically the marketing conversation, something that people really feel is a great use of time.
Absolutely. I mean, I even know that during this pandemic, I had to reclaim my time in a lot of ways as things were blurring together. I also have 3 children who are all school age. So just the time and attention that was required for them to maintain school, and then me to be present for them, and then my family, and then also have peace of mind. So I'm being really selective about where I spend my time now. So I understand about the noise. But I think also, as we talk more about wellness in a moment, being able to kind of cut through that and maybe just focus or have clarity will also help, to have us to not only have peace of mind, but have better engagement. So one of my friends was saying, as far as like their social media, they only do LinkedIn. They only do LinkedIn and they look to like dominate that. And then that's it, right? So maybe even for some of us who are trying to maybe do multiple social medias, if not for our clients, but for ourselves, maybe it's about, streamlining a little bit and then just leaning more into those that are really working well for us. or that we don't have impact on?
I always advise people, you don't have to be everywhere. Be everywhere that matters for you. I think that's so important because we are told you should be producing so much content. You should be on every single social platform. Do what works for you. Do what's organic. Like, just like you're saying, Shakira, LinkedIn is organic for you. It's something that really works for you. Great. I'm so glad you're focusing your time there. And I think that that's something that people should be thinking a lot more about. Instead of putting so much pressure on ourselves, which is something that especially women do, we should be taking that weight off our shoulders and saying, what's the best use of my mental capacity?
Absolutely. So that at the end of the day, we can have peace of mind, which is very important in today's landscape. So what do you look for when you're selecting stories or individuals to cover and or amplify?
It's cheesy to say I'm looking for great stories. I'm looking for really interesting people. I'm looking for things that are different. In my role, I'm really focused on covering trends. So something that I've been writing a lot about this year is brand trust and how people now care more than ever whether brands are trusted. And when it comes to their purchasing decisions, it is now in the top 3 after price. That's something that's huge. And to think about what it means to be a brand these days. We saw all of the brands that got active around either Black Lives Matter or around the election. Which brands will hold themselves accountable for what it is that they said they will do? It was easy to say, let's get people to the polls. It's nonpartisan. It feels like something everybody else was doing. Okay, but now what does purpose look like in 2021? How is that something that brands commit to? And consumers are increasingly very focused on that. So those are some of the things I'm thinking about. And when people reach out to me about stories, I'm really interested in when they frame it with a larger trend. That's something that's hugely important to me.
For sure. I mean, even in my family this year, which we never had before, we actually created a ban list. And that ban list is things and or companies that we no longer will support or buy from. And it's just based off of what are their practices in the environment, what are their practices around humanity, things of that nature. Absolutely with as us being in PR, are you just trying to put out a statement? Are you just trying to, throw money at a situation? Or do you really actually want to, if you will, walk the walk? I know that's Absolutely. Something that we always, tell our clients. We're not just going to be putting out statements and putting out fluff. Like, we're really going to do this. And I think that that's something that ethically as marketers and communicators, we need to hold our clients accountable to that because it matters. It really matters. And not only that, with the internet and with information and social media, cancel culture, all these things, you better be doing what you're saying that you're going to do, because if not, you're at a risk to possibly be exposed. People are recording everything, they're screenshotting everything. So it really is a time for brands to be authentic, to really listen to consumers, and quite frankly, just do the right thing. I mean, I don't know what happened to do with doing the right thing. I don't know why that went out.
Yeah,
hot for 2021. Can we put that on the hot list? Do the right thing.
Yes. I write a weekly newsletter called Marketer Must Read, and I feature a different marketer each week. And this past week, Harris Bieber, who's the CMO of Vimeo, said, the best brands do the right thing, even when no one's watching. Even when one person will see it. And I think that's so important. And something else that you're identifying, Shakira, is the idea that employer brand and consumer brand, the line between those has evaporated. Those two things are now the same thing. Employees have the same power to hold their employers accountable and say, hey, we're not walking the walk. We may be talking the talk, but I'm going to vote by actually going and getting another job, or by not spending money, as you said, with the ban list. That's something that is hugely important. And I think the best companies are the ones that are tapping into this idea that employer and consumer brand are the same.
They're the same. Absolutely. I mean, there's been a ton of stories out. I won't mention any names of, employees really holding their companies accountable, employees walking out, franchisee owners dropping their franchises because they no longer wanted to be affiliated with certain brands. So I think that's true, especially if you're going to talk about diverse and or I'll say African American employees. They have in many cases felt silenced and that they couldn't say anything. And this year, many of them just said enough, and that we're here, we're adding a ton of value, and you have to listen to our concerns. And also you have to treat consumers that look like us with the proper respect and care.
Absolutely.
So Callie, I know you have people all the time reaching out to you, but how can really PR pros and thought leaders build relationships and look to become a trusted resource for you or other editors?
Get engaged in what we're doing. And what I mean by that is I got an email yesterday of somebody pitching a CMO for Marketer Must Read, and it said, I want to pitch them for LinkedIn Marketer. And it was one of those things where it was so clear to me that either they'd never read the newsletter or they, somebody had passed it on and said, I want to be part of this. That to me is something where I just say, okay, right? It puts a different taste in your mouth. And then when I have people who are PR people or comms leads, marketers who are commenting every single week, and again, you don't have to be commenting every single week, but showing some kind of interest in it. I've had people reach out to me who have said, hey, listen, I really love this newsletter, and I think this person would actually be an awesome person to feature. I love that because they're saying, I really understand your product. I really value the people who you feature. And I think in the spirit of generosity, this person would be a great person for the community to know about. I love that. And I think that that's something that's so huge for editors is not getting the pitch for a new fall fashion show when you cover the economy is just that real personalization. And that's something that I think we're increasingly seeing in media is the power of, it doesn't matter how big your news outlet can be. One story can truly make a breakthrough for a brand or for a person. So focus, find the reporters, the journalists who you love reading and tell them why you love following their coverage. I think that's hugely important for developing that relationship, not necessarily to make an ask in your first reach out, to really communicate and develop that relationship.
And I mean, that even goes back to just what we're speaking about, generosity, giving, humanity, right? So yes, you have the title editor, but at the end of the day, you're a beautiful young woman who was just recently married, who writes these articles and are sensitive about her ish, right? So it's like, really, you're a human being and you want to be treated as such, right? So spread a little love, spread a little light, and that goes a long way.
Absolutely.
So here's another big one. We know all the questions about algorithms and things of that nature, but really, how can brands utilize LinkedIn to tell their story or encourage their communities?
Brands are people, full stop. They are made up of the people who work there and the people who shop there. I think that's something that's so important is for employees to feel empowered. You are the main storyteller for a brand. Whatever it is that you're putting out there, that's where employer brand and consumer brand come together. This sense that I want to hear the stories from a person. Think about it, following any brand on social media versus following your friend who works there and getting what feels like a little bit of a behind the scenes. That's something that's so special. And I think that the role of a brand can really be to connect people and bring them into conversation together because people will always love that shared humanity.
So do you have any hacks of maybe what, say, even PRSA New Jersey should do in their group? We have a group that has a little bit over 1,000 members. Do you have any suggestions on what we could do or how we can drive deeper engagement? Is it about having big numbers or is it about the quality of the folks in that group?
It's absolutely about the quality of the engagement. And something that I would recommend is I love just following sort of open threads where somebody might say, what's the hardest thing about your job right now? And it just invites people to comment. And that's something where, as a brand, as a chapter, you are fostering connections between people who will meet each other and say, that's actually something I'm really struggling with, or that was really hard for me, and now I'm thinking about it this way. That is critical. And that is the power of an organization to be a convener.
Right. And it also creates, if you will, a support system, especially now as people are working from home, they may feel a little bit more isolated from their colleagues, or rather they're solo pros, or even people who are looking for their next role. Using those groups allows you to feel like you're part of a larger community. And guess what? If you're going through something, it's a chance that someone else has probably been through it. And when you share those stories, or when you connect, even if it's just like you said, it leads to a DM or it leads to an offline conversation, now you feel that much more empowered. Now you feel that much more better. And it just overall helps the situation, and it helps our community. So for sure, I love those tips about how to use the group, because I think that's something that we'll for sure take back in our PRSA and double down on that.
Yeah, I started my job virtually. So I imagine there are people out there who have too. It's really challenging. For that, I have leaned so much into the virtual networks and communities that exist to foster that connection with my coworkers. That has been huge. And I think that that's something I would really recommend if you're starting a new position, or if maybe you're moving into a different role or a different part of the organization. Really recommend thinking about that. What virtual communities can you lean into to feel that sense of camaraderie?
Absolutely. And again, I know that at the beginning of the quarantine, there was so much, to your point, noise, that I had kind of, for a little bit, I had to shut down myself, and I had to get myself together personally. Mm-hmm. But once I felt as though, okay, I could enter our brave new world, I was just doing all this virtual networking and really just doubling down on that, doubling down on phone calls, mm-hmm. doubling down on LinkedIn, making sure that I responded to people in the best way that I could. And it really had a great impact. I mean, you talk about you starting this position virtually. You also shared that you were married virtually, yes. And we met virtually.
We did. It's the theme of the year, right?
It's the theme of the year. So if you would, I know it's a bit personal, but I know you said that your wedding was actually more intimate, but it was great.
Yeah.
And it was virtual.
Yeah, absolutely. So what a weird thing to think about, right? When we got engaged, we never would have expected that our wedding would be on Zoom. And something that I really found, though, was that there was this sense of intimacy, seeing our friends in the squares and having this feeling of I don't know, oftentimes you go to a wedding and it feels a little bit like the couple is on a stage and the guests are the audience. And instead with this, I mean, there's a picture of us being hi, right? The in your faceness of it was so wonderful. And that sense of being able to see everyone who was there, which is something that oftentimes you may not be able to do, or you're running around and you kind of see the couple quickly and it's a quick thing. We had so much more time than that. And I thought that that was something that was really special. It's something, if anybody is getting married virtually, please feel free to reach out to me. I have lots of tips.
So I think we have time for one more question. And then I also have a little rapid fire section. That's a surprise that we didn't talk about in advance.
Oh my goodness. It's going to be hard. I hope I pass.
No, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So here's our last question. I predict the wellness trend will continue full steam into 2021. Mm-hmm. What are some things that you're doing to maintain balance during these times?
So I think there's a real question of whether balance can ever exist. I think a lot of people talk about work-life harmony. And even that is something I question, because I think you're always going to be giving a little bit more to one side of your life or the other. I think about 2 or 3 really important things in my life right now. One is I sleep with my phone outside of my bedroom. I think that that is so crucial. It has completely changed the game for me that the last thing I see before bed is a book. instead of a phone. And I think this is so important because I used to get in bed with my phone and think, this is my me time. And then I would spend an hour going down the rabbit holes of social media and email and text and this and that, compromising my sleep. And so that's something that I'm hugely, hugely in favor of. People say, but it's my alarm clock. And I'm like, Amazon has an alarm clock for $9. It's the best under $10 you can spend for this year. And, I think about that. I also think about daily exercise. I'm a huge fan of Peloton, which is a brand that I think has built a wonderful community. And I don't have the bike, but I've really gotten into their strength classes. And it's something that just feels very comforting for me. The other thing is when I have lunch, I try not to do the desk meal and constantly working and all of that. I think about how long it actually takes me to eat a sandwich, right? 10 minutes. Can you take that time out of your day to sit and watch part of your favorite show? Sit and puzzle, which I love. Sit and read a book. Think about that, because just getting away and having that different mental stimulation can be so key. It makes me much more productive for when I go back and sit at my desk.
Absolutely. Or even maybe taking a walk.
Absolutely.
Right? Just taking a quick walk, getting some sun. I'm a big fan of sun gazing and vitamin D and getting sun. So, I know it's getting a little bit chilly, but just getting out of the house, because if we're not careful, we can just be in the house for days now. Just getting out, getting some fresh air and getting a bit of sun, safely, of course.
Yeah.
So you ready for these rapid fire
I think
questions?
So.
Some of them I think you know. Okay. What's your favorite book for marketers and PR?
Words That Work. It's by Frank Luntz, and it's called Words That Work. It's not what you say, it's what people hear. I think that's something that every marketer and PR and comms professional can learn from. It really isn't what you say, it's how people receive it.
Phone, email, or text?
Ooh, text. It's fast. Although, if I could ask Apple to make one change, it would be that you could mark a text unread. That would be huge.
That you already read?
Yes. Like in emails, because you might not have time to respond right then.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for like the person to not know you read it.
Oh, no, because that already exists. I'm all over that.
Okay.
I mean, to like read it and then be like, I'm going to come back to this later.
Okay. Virtual or in person?
In person.
Love or hate?
Love.
Unity or division?
Unity.
Peace or anger?
Peace.
Well, that's it, Callie.
Thank you so much, Shakira. I'm so thrilled to be here.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah.
It's an honor and a pleasure. We're going to just ask everyone to go ahead and follow Callie on LinkedIn. You can check in with her there. And thanks again so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Hello and welcome everyone. We hope that you enjoyed our talk with Callie Schweitzer from LinkedIn. Next, we're going to be having a midday move and stretch by Danielle Lynch, who is the founder and owner of ProFlo Elite Fitness. One of the things that you'll notice and you'll see here during our Member Appreciation Day and Hot List event is just talking about wellness. I think that's something that we all can really dive into. I know one of the challenges that I've been experiencing is that it seems as though I've been working even more. And in addition to that, because I've been sitting so much, I sometimes even have pains in my legs or pain in my back that I never really had before. So I wanted to make sure that we brought in someone who could speak to maybe some of these aches and pains we may be feeling while we're at our desk, or just things that we can do throughout the day, just to make sure that we're moving and we're flowing, even if we don't have the chance to get outside. So thank you so much to Danielle Lynch. We're going to bring you on now. Hi, Danielle.
Hi, everyone. What a fantastic event. I am so charged up and excited just from the beginning session with Callie. I think that we're going to find a lot of commonalities. Some of my takeaway tips are to go outside and take a walk, get that vitamin D in, mindfulness, and really setting some parameters around the space that you're working in and how long you work. A lot of my clients and friends tell me that working from home feels like they're working more than when they're working at work. So it's important to kind of set some things up for yourself, and I'll give you some of those tips today. I'll hit you with some data first. I am a doctoral candidate, so research and numbers is actually part of what I'm doing right now. So I did a little bit of research to find out how often you should actually be standing each day. So each day, I thought it would be more than 2 to 4 hours, but that is the recommended amount of time for you to be standing. If you're sitting for work, you should get up every half hour for about 30 minutes. And during those 30 minutes, if you're able to, you can do some stretches that we'll do in a bit, or you can simply stand. It is not advised for you to try and stand all day for work. That actually can have adverse effects. So the combination of sitting and standing actually work out best for you. Aside from being a doctoral candidate and a mother and a wife, I am also a university track and field athletic administrator and a coach. And I have my ProFlo personal training where I work with professional athletes to moms to teachers. My first session starts at 5 a.m. every day, and we are doing virtual sessions at this point with some folks, very few in person, and if they are masked and outside for that vitamin D. So we talked about standing and sitting. We talked about trying to find the balance between those areas. Adjusting your desk screen. I've kind of set up a scenario for you here. Stay back, please. So it's advised that your eyes should be at the top of your screen. So if you have one of those standing desks, your eyes need to be looking at the top of the screen. I don't work from a standing desk. I actually get up and go and do different movement. I work here at my home desk, so my computer will sit down on this general base that I have. So you're supposed to be at the top. Eye ring should be at the top of your screen. And it's also encouraged that when you're standing, you actually have a bit of a tilt on your keyboard and mouse pad. If your wrist is starting to get a bit sore, they recommend gel pads. An ergonomic chair. This is not the chair that you should be in. Let me give you a little bit of an angle of the chair that I brought for us to do some stretching with. You should not be in a chair like this generally. You should have a chair that has ergonomic support for your back. It was suggested that you can purchase an anti-fatigue mat in research. Anti-fatigue mats are often used in kitchens for chefs that are standing all day. I think you can find those at Costco, Target, Amazon, if that's your thing. Again, we talked about adjusting that keyboard and mouse. You can also you can also add a gel mouse pad if that will help you to decrease wrist pain. There are also soft arm supports that you can rest your forearm to wrist on that will provide you additional support. So I'm going to adjust my lens to this chair so that I can show you some seated workouts that we can do, and then we'll end with some standing exercises. So to begin, you can do an arm stretch. I'll show you from the front. We're crossing over. I hope you all are joining me for this. How I cue this is to try and have your chin on top of your elbow, and you're pulling through. So you can do this seated. You can also do this standing, and we'll switch to the other side. I usually hold for about 5 to 10 seconds each side, depending how I feel. Pulling that chin onto my shoulder. Then gonna take my elbow behind my head, hand goes behind the head, and we're pushing, or pulling rather, that elbow so that your hand is at the top of your shoulder blades. And then we'll switch that. Okay. Another thing that we can do from the chair, if you have a chair that rolls, you can actually use your feet to do some hamstring exercises where you're sliding the chair forward using your hamstrings and your glutes. We can do leg extensions where you're firing your quad, moving that ankle a bit. And again, you should do this. If you choose to stand, you can stand every 30 minutes, or you can do this even while you are working on a call. Nobody can see what your feet are doing. We can do our head tilt to the side with a gentle pull. Spinal health is so important. And we can pull to the other side, gentle pull. I got a little bit of clicking and popping going. We'll do a gentle pull forward. We'll push our chin way up high and back. If you have water bottles, which you should be having, you should be hydrating. If you don't have Aquafina and you have a water filtration system in your house, fill up your reusable cups, and you can do exercises with these. So we're gonna go behind the head and just extend. If you're a fitness buff and you have weights, you can do that too. Again, about 5 to 10 of these will work great. We can put one in between our knees and squeeze. That's the benefit of the store-bought water bottle. It has a little bit of flexibility. We can come over our head and stretch. Again, over and stretch. From the desktop, we can extend our back and shoulders and arms straight out, pushing our head through our shoulders, really extending out the thoracic spine here. Let your head just flop down. Make sure you're breathing. Okay, now we're going to stand for a bit. So I'll adjust my camera so that you can see me a bit more. So we will do head circles now. We'll do 5 in each direction. We'll do some aggressive arm swings across the chest. Hit about 5 of those. And then we're going to move to the waist. Doing waist rotations, about 5 of those in each direction. I'll adjust a little bit more. We're going down to the knees and ankles. So knees, 5 in each direction. And then we'll do the same with ankles. 5 in each direction. We're going to come forward and gently touch our toes, thinking about our breathing. All right, that's about it. That took about 7 minutes. So you can add in things that you like. take away things that you don't like, add real weights if you want. There's band exercises that you can do as well. I'd love to do a one-on-one with you if you are interested. Some other takeaways, of course, my 8-year-old came down just as we were starting. You can include your family in these types of things. We can put my son on my feet and push him into the air. It's so important that you take the time to include your family in wellness and health. Leading with love was something that I gained from that first segment. A suggestion would be to set a timer. We often have these fitness trackers. They tell us when we need to stand, listen to them. They tell us when we need to breathe. Take the suggestion and breathe. The way that I like to look at things, when I stand up, when I'm reminded to, I view that as a reward for the work that I just did and a wellness practice for myself. I do my best to hydrate. I do my best to go outside and get that walk for vitamin D. I do have the blue blocking protective lens that I use every time that I am on my computer. I'm not using it now with you all because of glare. So think about a fitness tracker. Think about hydration. Think about including your family, if you have a family, or include friends in your wellness and fitness. So thank you so much. Again, I am Danielle Lynch, the owner of Coach ProFlo. If you are interested, please feel free to reach out to me for more personalized lessons. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're just waiting for our guest, Stephanie Scott, to join us. Okay. Hey, Stephanie, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I thought I was the one who was locked out the room. I guess you were locking me out, John. Thanks for letting me in.
You're the star.
Not at all. I'm the honored guest. Thanks for having me. This is so exciting. I was listening to the LinkedIn, and I felt like definitely on spot with a lot of that information that Callie shared. And I also learned a lot from her too, just about kind of the right way to be approaching sites like that, social sites. That was great. And certainly enjoyed the stretch. I had an early morning stretch blowing my hair out at home this morning. So really happy to see you.
Same here. Same here.
Thank
So you want to start us out with some slides?
I do. Let me bring up. I know we're going to be talking about some of the top 10 trends for consumer marketing and how we're really reaching out to consumers today. And so obviously with COVID, the landscape has shifted ginormously, but I think savvy companies, communications companies, and consumer good brands have definitely adapted and figured out ways. And so we put together just an overview of what that looks like. So let's pull that up and get ready to share. Okay, awesome. So looking at the top 10 communication trends, and then a little bit about myself and my company and why am I here today? So I'm the CEO and Communicator-in-Chief of First and Last PR. We're a beauty and lifestyle focused public relations agency. I'm also on the board of PRSA, and I've been a member for a number of years. So really honored to be here. We work with large and small companies helping to tell their brand stories, and we're excited to share that information with you today. So one of the things that we noticed with since COVID and what's happening in 2020, it's really all about home plus, right? We are working from home, we're homeschooling, we are exercising at home, everything that we're doing. And so the number one thing that we saw, or one of the things we saw happening with consumer-based brands, is really allowing consumers to make their home a new type of castle. This could be from at-home delivery services, whereas maybe a couple years ago, there were just several. Now there are roughly at least 50, if not more, nationally distributed home delivery services for upscale food. And you can catering it to different types of dietary needs. You can find paleo diets, you can find seafood-inspired diets, and in that way, if you can't get to the restaurant is coming to you. And it's also making our at-home time a lot more fun. We're also seeing where a lot of brands are spending good dollars and good cents also in making sure that the home environment is something that feels very vacation-like. We're seeing a lot more people spending time doing at-home renovations. We're seeing people do a lot more at home just to make their home feel a lot more livable and then also more comfortable. So home plus with de-stressing experiences is definitely something that we're seeing as well. And then an interesting trend, which I wouldn't have thought, but leave it to New York Times and Vogue to report on and let us know. At-home procedures are also on the rise this year. So apparently at-home procedures that are more invasive, or actually not at-home procedures, are also very hot this year. So we've seen that a lot of consumers that have looked at time that's going to be spent at home during quarantine as an opportunity to get that Zoom facial that we're hearing about, or to have different tweaks done. So last year and years prior, we saw a lot more consumers going for things like fillers and Botox, which are a lot less invasive. And also the downtime is pretty quick. Whereas now, because everyone's home or behind a mask, we're seeing that a lot more consumers are open to having more of these invasive procedures. Some of the theory there is that we're seeing TV shows like Dr. Pimple Popper, which you can actually see a lot more of these things happening. And then also we're behind masks and we're also on camera. So people want to feel a lot more youthful. They want to feel connected, and they also want to feel empowered of their situation. So if you had a concern about, an elongated earlobe, or if you wanted to have something raised, then during quarantine, we very much feel like there are a lot of things we can't control. We can at least book that doctor's appointment and things happen here. So this is actually a mother and daughter who took quarantine to get procedures done, and they're going to come out of quarantine looking and feeling brand new. So cosmetic procedures are also up and on the rise right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. Health and fitness. So I know Shakira talked about it previously, that wellness is going to be something that's throughout, our conversation today. And certainly health and fitness is a huge priority. We recently did a fitness event for a hair care launch. So focusing on a hair care line that has strong and healthy benefits. We partnered with Chrissy King, who's a fitness expert, to do a virtual press event and open consumers to that as well. So finding ways to use this virtual platform to really engage your audience, because they're looking for ways to stay strong and healthy. We have more concerns than ever about staying safe and staying healthy and making sure that we're avoiding coronavirus and anything else that can be happening. So definitely taking care of ourselves, making sure that we're being nourished properly and that we're doing that is definitely a huge priority that we're seeing. And it's something that we'll definitely continue to see going into 2021. But don't just take my word for it. You can also take Beyonce's word for it. So sidebar, Beyonce also recently partnered with Peloton. I'm sure everyone's heard about it, to not only have classes run themed out to her music, which is a huge and amazing fun event just to connect people to feeling good about themselves and about music as well. But then also through that partnership, they also established different scholarships for college students at HBCUs and just a longer term partnership with her and the brand. And so I think smart brands are also looking for not just these kind of one-hit wonders, but really looking for how can they build out their sense of community, what else can they do from there to really make an impact. And as we can see, this was also really beneficial for Peloton as well. So another brand that is shifting with the times and thinking about safety is Hairbrella. So this is the company you probably have seen before. It's known as the Rain Hat Reinvented, right? Who wants to go out and get their hair done, come out in a rainstorm, and then have it all get soaked? So their founder came up with a satin lined cap that is 100% waterproof, which was doing very well and getting a lot of buzz. But when the pandemic hit, they decided to add an additional visor onto the hat that actually covers up the face as well, so that whether you're running out in the rain or just heading out to the grocery store, you can also have this. There's been a huge uptick from essential workers who have also thought that this was a great product to have. Not only is it protecting their hair, but it's also protecting them from any germs that may be coming around them. And so I think smart companies are also pivoting in smart ways, listening to their consumers about what can they do.
Amazing.
Thank you. Another smart company that is listening to their consumers is Bevel. So this is the award-winning men's grooming brand that is known for their shaving products, their skincare products, and also their hair care products. But I think one thing that we've noticed, and Shakira alluded to this earlier, is, the consumers really want to know who's behind the brand. They want to know what you stand for. They want to know the messaging, and they want to align with that. And so in a recent campaign that just launched, their Vice President of Marketing, Tia Cummings, had a brilliant idea to really profile who Black men are. That's their core consumer. What do they stand for? And really show them in a new light. So I'll play the video so you can see it, but it's really powerful. They have the Pulitzer Prize winning author, Jason Reynolds, who wrote the text for this and actually is doing a voiceover. But rather than trying to create a campaign that is focusing solely on selling products, they really wanted to tap into their core audience and really highlight them. Throughout the year, they've also done a ton of give back initiatives, everything from helping to provide mental health awareness and apps for their followers on social media, so providing 1 month of free mental health services. They also did give back initiatives to high school students, providing them with not only SAT prep, but when the COVID crisis happened, also providing tools for socially distant learning. So just really tapping into who their core customer is, what they stand for, and making it more so about the customer than it is about selling that next SKU.
Black man, we see you doing your best every day to survive, to thrive despite the challenges you face, taking care of your family, trying to succeed in a world that doesn't always recognize your greatness. We believe in you.
What's up, King? I see you working.
We are here to support you, uplift you, help you show up at your best every day, and remind you that you are a king.
Really powerful message, and really making it more so, again, about the consumer and not so much just about the product. Brands that are also winning are also aligning with purpose and passion, right? So there have been tons of stories about consumers that are really looking into who is this brand? What do they stand for? Do they align with me? And so what we saw in the restaurant industry is that, unfortunately, due to COVID, a lot of restaurants have either been closed or they've been shut down with less people that are coming in. They've had to do a lot of layoffs. And so a lot of restaurant owners, and then also Millie Peartree, who is a former restaurant owner, private chef, but now she started up a nonprofit called Full Heart, Full Bellies. And so with this organization, she actually, instead of focusing on reopening up her restaurant, focuses on feeding children that are missing meals during the pandemic. And so I think consumers are also looking for brands and for people they can align with that speak to their purpose. And so I know that there have been a number of companies that have supported her through this initiative, and the consumers are also looking for brands that stand for values that align with what they're looking for. And then when we talk about discovery and sampling, so sampling products is always fantastic for brands. We know that 72% of consumers that try products out will typically go back and buy them and will become brand fans. And so with a lot of the stores that closed, we found that discovery turned into the new luxury, right? We found that consumers either fell into one category of trying products that they knew worked from brands that were great, or looking for products that had amazing reviews they could try at home while they're there. They have more free time, there's more time for DIY, and if it doesn't look great, you can always take it off and start over again. No one's gonna see you, just turn your camera off. So brands like Pear Nova, which have amazing nail polish, have definitely shown us that discovery has turned into the new luxury during pandemic.
Can I just stop you there for a second?
Yeah.
Can you say a little bit more about how that works? Because in my business, book publishing, with bookstores being closed, it's much harder for consumers to find that new book and try it out. And as a result, our backlist, our catalog sales have really been the growth driver this year. It's not the new titles. How does it work in your business? Like, how can you actually discover that? How do you trial it when you're not going into a store? Are we back to the days of like when AOL was mailing out CD versions of their operating software? Like, is it mass mailings? How are you connecting with people at home?
Yes, I think it's a couple different ways. So on the brand side and through different virtual events, we partner with certain subscription companies. So it may be a brand like a Coral Box that has a very robust mailing list. They have a followership, and so they mail out products. So we'll partner with them, introduce our clients to places like that where they already can send out products and are already sampling, and that's a great way to get reviews to happen. A lot of the online or a lot of the in-person events have also turned to online. And so some of the smart companies have also been able to maneuver having a sample box or a sample gift bag mailed to participants for the virtual events as well. So that's another way. And then there are also a couple of college companies or college focus or college marketing companies that are also reaching out to students at school who may also want products while they're there or while they're learning at home. So I think just kind of tapping into some of the resources that are available and finding ways to still do that. Another way that brands are doing it is by having people go to your website, which is also super smart. So you can easily have someone sign up for your email list and you can send them a free sample of the product. And it's a great way to have the products tested out, since testing has changed this year as well.
Interesting. Thank you. That's really helpful.
For sure. Let's see. Let's get back to the share screen. There we go. Thank you. So we've also noticed that obviously virtual events like this and also shop streaming has taken into huge priority. In-person meetings are still great, but we've got to be safe. And so a lot of us have turned to these online platforms so that we can be seen. I think the one thing that we've heard from our clients and we've noticed is that, you kind of save a lot of time. Whereas before, maybe you had to travel across the country to meet with a buyer, or you had to do certain things, where now we can just meet right where we are, and it's fantastic. So I definitely see a lot more attention being played into virtual meetings and finding ways that we can also use different services to shop from there, as well as learn more about that as well. So that's going to continue to run into 2021. And then for as far as some tips as far as the media goes, we've got to talk about Carrie from Sex and the City. That's we just have to in a presentation. So one of the main things we've noticed with the beauty editors and with different editors is that, the reality is they're working from home. So I think if we looked at this, from last year, this is a image of Sarah Jessica Parker playing Carrie, and she's in the Vogue beauty closet, the Vogue fashion closet, and she's surrounded by tons of Manolos. And I think that's where we were, this time last year. We had, editors going into offices, they had ample space, they had teams to test out products, and now it's just very different. Instead, they have apartments in New York, which are notorious for not having any closet space at all. The photo that you see of the young lady who's there at the bottom is an actual photo from page 6. And she literally stores her shoes in her refrigerator. I guess she's ordering a lot of takeout. I don't know why. I will say that I do have some editor friends that have kind of stored their clothes in the oven. So at least I had a refrigerator to heat things up. But I have seen, sweaters in ovens before, which I do not recommend. So I think one thing that we just, need to be aware of is that editors are working from home. And so they're balancing a lot. They're balancing not only their personal life and everything in there, but just also how they shift, how they're able to manage. And so just being mindful that they don't have as much room, and also their time is a little bit different this year as well, as we're pitching and as we're reaching out. And so being aware of that. One thing to note with that is also just to be mindful of, less being more, and that sustainability is something that we've been talking about more and more, and that's going to continue to grow. So there have been a lot of editors that have also come on Instagram or Instagram stories, and they've actually outed different companies that have sent them unnecessary packaging. A, nobody has box cutters at home, or they didn't have box cutters to actually open up all the packages, but B, it can be very wasteful, and they're also managing their own mailroom, if you will, at home while working there. So definitely we're going to see a lot more in terms of sustainability when it comes to the brands and what they're doing.
And that's affected your workflow, hasn't it, Stephanie? How you interact with reporters. Do you want to say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it has. We were chatting about that yesterday, John. So thanks. With us, we would typically do a mailing, and if we had everyone's address, who's working at Hearst or at Condé Nast or at, Essence or wherever, we could easily send packages to their mailrooms with the addresses they have that we have on file, and that works. With editors now, we don't know that they're necessarily at their addresses. They may be at their home address that we've garnered since quarantine. A lot of editors have also moved. Some editors have moved out of state, or some have moved out of country as well. So
Sure.
It adds an extra layer of that, customized personal attention that we always give to editors anyway, of making sure that we reach out before we send any product just to confirm their address, make sure, if it's an influencer, is this your address? And then also, do you want to receive the product? Making sure that it's a fit for them. So if it's a foundation shade and it's not their shade, there's no need to send the entire collection. So just really being smart and savvy about how we're using samples, how we're reaching out to them. And that's also been beneficial for some of our clients, because what we found is that early in pandemic with the samples, production, was halted with a lot of companies. A lot of companies were spending time, money, and resources on creating hand sanitizer, which was desperately needed. So a lot of the packaging that we typically might have seen, or a lot of the caps that might have been available to some brands, weren't available anymore because they were being used for other things and they weren't ready from a production standpoint. So we're also just being mindful of our client inventory that they have, their shipping demands to retailers, because some of those items have shifted as well, in addition to what works best for the editor, so that we're not overloading them during this time.
Thank you. Great.
Sure. And then our last prediction that we see coming up for 2021, which we know is going to be fantastic, is m-commerce, right? Everyone's walking around on their cell phones more than ever, and on their iPads, working from home. You may be on your computer, or you may be in the living room. And so it's easy to shop, click, and purchase on a mobile device. So I definitely see a lot more m-commerce transactions happening. And also with the closing of a lot of department stores, we know that the grocery stores have turned into our new department stores, and stores like Target that have remained open throughout this season. So definitely seeing a lot more of these apps and delivery services that have kind of come up recently to offer same day delivery for a lot of niche items and a lot of luxury goods that people will still want without having to go into a physical store if they're not open to get it. So definitely seeing a lot happening around there as well.
Do you see this m-commerce trend together with the in-home sampling? Do you see that lasting beyond the end of the pandemic?
I do. I really do. I think that there will be some things that we're going to kind of, really want to get back to. And then I also see that there are going to be some items that are going to be matters of convenience for us and that we're going to want to kind of maintain. I mean, if I could have Dior delivered to my door instead of waiting online, hey, why not?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So those are all the trends that we wanted to pull together for today. Definitely want to continue chatting with you, John, and see if there are any more questions that you have and continue from there.
Yeah, I want to go back to something we talked about yesterday. Speak a little bit about the affiliate links.
Affiliate links are so big right now. They're definitely hot for many reasons. I know that, whether it's digital platforms that are now having paywalls up. So if you go to places like Wall Street Journal or even like Cosmo, they may give you 1 or 2 articles free per month, but after that, they want you to subscribe to the online platform, which I understand. I think that it, makes sense. We're just in a different kind of an era. And that's the same with affiliate links. So a lot of brands and online platforms are also requesting and sometimes requiring that you have an affiliate link available so that they can actually receive some of the revenue from the clicks that are going through. They disclose that, but it's also another way that the online platforms can continue to make money in this changing media landscape.
That's really interesting. And if you have any more thoughts or suggestions about reaching the media, I know we mentioned yesterday lunchtime desk side chats, and do you have some other, you want to talk about that and a few other tips?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is really being authentic to who you are, to who your client is, and also just being mindful of what everyone's going through right now. I think if we listen, then we'll be able to lean into some of the trends that we're seeing in really smart and savvy ways. And so maybe that means having a lunch desk side or coffee. You can easily on Uber Eats or another platform, you can easily send lunch to an editor or an influencer and schedule half an hour to talk about a new trend or a new tip or a story idea. And who wouldn't want that? And if you're taking up that time, why not send them lunch or breakfast or coffee? All the things that made it comfortable to work before or appreciative, we can still find new ways of doing things. And I think that the editors and the influencers will also appreciate that you take that time to do that as well.
Yes, excellent. Excellent. And you talked about in your presentation, but also we talked yesterday at this being really the #1 trend for the year, that importance of building trust and maintaining honesty, both as the brand and in those relationships. And you see that that's going to be something that continues, or is that a kind of flash in the pan because of everything we've been through this year?
No, it's definitely a movement. It is not a minute. And so, people want to know more than ever. Consumers are concerned about who's behind the brand, who's on the board of the brand, what do you stand for? If you're a company and you don't have About Us on your website, you might as well not even have a website. Like there's no brand having it.
Wow.
So we're seeing that founders are being interviewed more, and we're finding out that, the executive teams of companies are being interviewed more, and that their presence on social, as Hallie had mentioned, is also equally as important, right? People want to know who you are and what you stand for. And I think also companies and the employees that are with them that are also part of the team will appreciate some of these moments where they can bond together over different causes or different, fitness activities or what have you. So I definitely think that this is not the time to, be shy about that, and that consumers even more are looking for brands that they can align with and that they can trust, and that there's a connection between how you feel about the brand and what they do for the world, and also how you feel about the brand and what they can do for you. So definitely not a trend.
Excellent. Well, I think that brings us to our time.
So fast.
I know. It was a great pleasure. Learned a lot. Thank
We'll have to
you.
do a coffee soon or a lunch soon via Zoom.
That sounds great.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thanks so much,
Thanks,
John.
Stephanie. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Shakira. How are you? I just want to let you know you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I'll just repeat everything I said already. You know, this is live, okay? It's live. I'm here in my home office. I'm running the boards back here. So thank you.
Listen,
Thank you for that.
One catchphrase for 2020, it's, can you hear me or you're on mute? So it would be a hot list if we didn't get to that at some point, right?
Absolutely. Well, one, thank you so much for your service as president of PRSA New Jersey. I know that your tenure for the year is coming to a close. And we just wanted to have you to step in to just talk about, one, what your remarks are from the morning so far, and any just thoughts you might have on what's hot for 2021.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much. I think you deserve a round of applause from, just me on camera and also everybody else watching virtually, just for putting together such a thoughtful and timely agenda for today. I'm seeing so much interaction on the chat already about how much everyone is really enjoying the content. So thank you for all the work that you put into putting this together. As far as everything happening this morning, a few things really come to mind. Number one, can I just also echo Callie on getting the unread text message feature getting put on the iPhone, please? Because if I had $1 for every time I opened my phone and said, oh, I'll respond to that later and then never do, I'd probably have a nice little stockpile right now. I am also a big supporter of getting something on the docket for next year under the umbrella of doing the right thing. I think if there's one thing, again, that we walk away from 2020 really understanding, it's that community is so important, and having that support system is so important, and understanding that you have folks to reach out to when you're in need, whether it's, a connection for a job search or having someone to drop groceries off to one of your loved ones who you feel like you just need to distance from for whatever reason, just for health and safety concerns. I think we've seen folks really come together this year, and I'd love to see that extended into 2021 and beyond. I was making sure I was still in. Thanks. I also just want to think a little bit about 2021 and what that really means for the role of the communicator, right? So again, even looking back at doing the right thing and thinking about the role that PR professionals have in making sure that's clearly communicated in all of our organizations, whether you work for an agency or work in-house anywhere, we are the voices of the companies that we represent. So looking into 2021 and just viewing everything through that lens, I think is going to be so important across multiple channels of how we operate. And that to me is just something that sticks out heads and tails above everything else. Just to kind of wrap things up too, I do want to just say, thank you again, not only to you, Shakira, but to all the speakers who volunteered their time today. There are some really great panels coming up throughout the day, so I hope everyone stays tuned in. Also, a thank you to our sponsors, Talkwalker, Master Communications, RWJ Barnabas Health, and of course, Johnson PR and Events. And I also just wanted to flag 2 pieces of information for our membership, just to make sure that everyone's aware of things that are moving and different ways that you can get involved with PRSA New Jersey. First, we are looking for volunteers, and it's a great opportunity not only for experienced professionals who are just looking for extra ways to stretch their networks, but also college students and recent graduates who are looking to build their portfolios. So we specifically need some help with social media content development and scheduling, writing articles for our quarterly newsletter. And we always welcome individuals with a knack or passion for event planning, both virtual and in person. I'm really hoping we can get back to some in-person events next year. If you're interested or you know someone who might be, please feel free to reach out to me directly. My email is anjelica.sena, and I'm going to emphasize Anjelica with a J, at prudential.com. And we'll make sure that you get set up with the right board committee member to help you get onboarded and start contributing to the chapter. Secondly, as Shakira mentioned, this is, I think, my final official event as president of PRSA New Jersey. And I'm just so proud to see how our community has really rallied to support each other. And I'd like to thank the entire PRSA New Jersey Board of Directors for their unwavering support in just a totally unexpected year and really coming together to make some magic happen when all of our best laid plans were just kind of put by the wayside. But I hope you all join me in enthusiastically welcoming Jamia Kinsey Singleton, who's the president of Kinsey Communications, as your 2021 PRSA New Jersey board president. So Jamia is an outstanding professional and colleague who has done tremendous work at the helm of our diversity and inclusion committee this year. You are all in such fantastic hands, and I couldn't be more thrilled to see how she executes her vision for the organization. So I think we have a lot of exciting things on the horizon. And overall, just thank you all. I hope you stay safe and healthy and well, and just have a fantastic holiday season coming up.
Thank you, Anjelica, so much for your time and your talents. Thank you for your leadership for the board. And thank you for those amazing takeaways. We are going to get into social impact and PR, which is one of my favorite scope of services to execute for clients. But before we do that, I wanted to just give one of my takeaways or speak to something that Stephanie mentioned when she was talking about the consumer trends, and she mentioned DIY. And I just wanted to say, absolutely, DIY nails. Stickers that I got from Target because I'm not getting manicures these days. And I'm just here in the house for the most part. So absolutely just wanted to kind of speak to that trend of a lot of DIY beauty at home. So thank you, John and Stephanie, for sharing. And thank you so much, Anjelica. And now we are going to kick off our next panel presentation.
Hi, I just want to start off by saying thank you, Shakira, for the amazing opportunity to speak with these very accomplished women on the subject of social impact and public relations. It's a very important issue for many at the end of such a challenging year. My name is Meg Fry. I'm the Chief Creative Officer of Punchline Publicity, which means I create thought leadership content for entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. Using my expertise as a business journalist, I've written for NJ Biz, New Jersey Business Magazine, ROINJ, Tap Into, and a couple others. I'm here today with Mona Lipson, Director of Client Strategy at Public Inc. And she's also the co-founder of Guatemala Healing Hands Foundation. I'm also here with Kim Keating, Director of Customer Success at Zago Manufacturing in Newark. Hello, ladies. How you doing?
Hi. Well,
Mona, can we start with you, and can you give us some further insight into what both of your organizations do?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here. And I just want to say the previous panel really set us up well. She started to talk a lot about purpose and impact, so that was really great. Like Meg said, my name is Mona Lipson. I'm currently working with Public Inc., which is a social impact agency. We work with various brands and nonprofits on all things social impact, from short-term campaigns to full-blown strategy. But my background is really in nonprofit, particularly in corporate fundraising and corporate partnerships. So I've had a chance to build social impact programs and partnerships with all different types of companies. Probably some of my most favorite were when I was working with the Girl Scouts of the USA, and I had a chance to work with companies like AT&T and Dell, Toyota, and yeah, really looking forward to talking more about the social impact space here today.
Great, thank you. And Ken, can you tell us more about your role with Zago, and it's also the company's focus on sustainability and its community give back?
Absolutely. So I am the Director of Customer Success at Zago Manufacturing, and we're a global manufacturer of a product that is called sealing screws. And it's a specialty product that's used around the world. It's a sustainable product, so it's used in everything to prevent like leaks and contaminants from getting into the environment, and letting contaminants from the air getting into any sort of equipment. So it's kind of using some of the cutting things of today, whether it's wind farms and solar farms and kind of sealing that equipment, or batteries, lithium batteries, in cars, automatic cars, self-driving cars, so electric cars. So there's a lot of components to it. I've been with Zago for about a year as the head of customer success, and that's really a title that I came upon because really should be stakeholder success, and I'm sure Mona and I will probably get into that. While I oversee marketing and sales, it's really at the end of the day is how can we, provide value to our customers and our stakeholders. And, I feel that it resonates. It's more positive and empowering than just saying, well, I'm the head of sales and marketing. So, and sometimes people actually answer my phone calls because of that. So that's a good thing. Before I joined Zago, they were actually one of my clients. I had started a purpose-driven strategic planning and marketing firm about 6 years ago. So, and I kind of just fell into it. I was doing things like connecting matchmaking of like nonprofits and businesses, and then they came together. I didn't know what I was doing. And then I wrote a book about, stakeholder strategy and the purpose-driven companies. I was like, oh, that's really cool. I want to do that. And Zago was actually one of my first clients. Because they really, while the story wasn't exactly woven together yet, they really walked the walk of a sustainable company on all facets, not just, something like saving energy. And I really could see that they could differentiate themselves and help where they were by really honing in and elaborating on that messaging. So fast forward, they were so good that I went to work with them full time, and I'm loving it.
Perfect. Okay, so welcome again to you both. I just want to point out, so given that our time together today is short, I want to make sure that we let our viewers know that they can ask questions during the presentation in the comments section to the right of the screen. And then at the end, we'll probably get to be able to maybe have you guys answer one or two as sort of a Q&A after our discussion about social impact and PR. And then I would also encourage both you, Mona and Kim, to put your direct contact information in there so that our viewers can follow up after the presentation as well. So without further ado, I will kick off into our first question, which is, it's actually a fact that many of us are very familiar with, talking about how educated the consumers are today and how much research they do before buying a product, and that they're increasingly emphasizing the importance of working with and buying from companies that not only give back, but also have good reputations, companies that they can trust. So how would you define social impact? And if you could talk a little bit about how you've implemented it, not only in your own business, but with your clients, or recommended how your clients should.
You can start, Mona, if you'd like.
Sure, I'll go first. I really think it's about living your values inside and out. It's about taking a stand, and it's about thinking long term. And I think once a consumer, once the general public sees that, then it starts to move away from, a marketing ploy or a one-time sort of, flashy campaign to ingrained within your brand DNA. So, values, taking a stand long term, I think is key. And I think transparency as well. And we've seen some brands lately get a little bit into trouble where they are promoting these really what they think are probably super holistic social impact strategies and plans, and then we come to find out that they're not being, certain aspects of the business are not being very transparent. So we encourage the companies that we work with to say, let people know that you're not perfect. Let them know what you're working on. Let them know what you plan to work on. And I think that's really the start of living your values. And it's a space that I think a lot of companies are embracing, but many still are they're hesitant. And we encourage them to take that leap of faith that consumers are now demanding. That their products and services have these deeper purposes, and that they will appreciate and see you stronger for that.
And if I could just interject, so Mona, and then do you talk a lot about the nonprofit that you started with your own clients, or just talk about being involved in the community and giving back and using your own life as an example?
Well, definitely, I think my nonprofit background comes across in pretty much everything I do. So yes, when appropriate, definitely. But we also do try to incorporate and talk about other brands and organizations that we admire, that we see really leading the charge, leading the pack. I mean, I think, two that come up in every conference and every meeting that I attend or speak at, you always hear Ben & Jerry's, you always hear Patagonia. There's a few of those that are the gold standard. And so, sure, I do try to incorporate my personal experience, but then there are those that, when you see it, it's definitely easier to believe it.
Great. And Kim, do you have anything to add? And then maybe you want to talk about your own experience as well and what you kind of bring to clients and they go?
Absolutely. So yes, it has to be values driven. And it all starts with looking at that strategic plan and identifying who your stakeholders are. And stakeholders are not the same as shareholders, right? And that was usually the mindset was, okay, how can we be more profitable? Sometimes at the expense of, right? So identifying who your stakeholders are, it's, the people in your community, it's your employees, it's your vendors and suppliers, and to ask yourselves the questions of how can I provide value to these, particular groups. Mm-hmm. And once that you do that, you can start to think about I need to listen and hear and help them. How can I help them, whatever provide value that is? And that does mean taking the time to listen. But I also think that social impact is like not a one and done. It's part of your strategic plan. So, you sometimes elements change. Certainly no one ever predicted what would go on in 2020, but you really have to have that base and that foundation. And to, not only listen to your stakeholders, but make sure it's like a fine balance that when you're focusing on one, you're not hurting or neglecting the other. So even though we're marketers, we understand messaging and branding and customers and stakeholders probably more than our CEOs do. So we can have a really good seat at the table in terms of guiding them. So whether or not, you're someone who has your own marketing PR firm, or, whether you're a small company, middle-sized company, in the marketing or communications umbrella, it's important to sort of start to educate, your C-level people. Like, as you said, it's not going away. Consumers, your stakeholders are asking for it, and they'll continue to do so, especially the younger generation, that Gen Y and Gen Z.
So Kim, you brought up the fact that this has been a pretty challenging year, and there were some missteps and also some really great, statements that were put out based on everything that had happened this year. Some of the challenges that businesses can face when, building and growing a social impact program, we definitely saw the gamut run this year. So in particular, we're talking about a political environment, an economic environment, the health issues, the social justice. This past year, all of it was particularly dangerous. All of it was particularly polarizing. There was also this something in rise in what we saw being performative activism from some companies that felt they had to put out a statement, but didn't really take the necessary steps to address or put forth transformative action towards real change. So what would you say are some of these lessons learned that we can then put into best practices moving forward to not only encourage but also strategically guide companies that have that to make some measurable change, and how do we measure that change?
Well, obviously it doesn't start overnight, but I think you said it, Meg, just now, to strategically focus. Zago Manufacturing, as I mentioned, we're a sustainable company, but it's not just the goods. We're based in Newark, New Jersey, and we understand what, we can be an economic force in the city that we are, right? And we could either, do that now or it was something that we were doing because we had made a commitment to be a purpose-driven company that's mindful for all our stakeholders. So manufacturing, the average salary for a manufacturing job in New Jersey is $92,000. That's not including overtime and benefits. So there is a real value that we could bring to Newark. So for us, it was like, okay, we're just going to walk the walk of this. We weren't trying to, do it for publicity's sake or to, like appease another group, but it was just part of where we are, what we're going to. So like we've continued with those programs. I think it's important to, whether or not you're a social impact company or not, is to kind of just like take a step back and do an audit of where you are. Maybe you are a social impact company, but maybe now you can look at the board or whoever that social impact team was or is when you started crafting those statements. Like, is it really diverse? Who are we missing? Who represents our community here? What does that look like? Let's start over. I think that's a big opportunity to look to make sure we include voices. And probably no one would agree, like, we don't have to jump out and say it today, but let's like start to thoughtfully think of how we go about these things, right? That's sort to bring about systemic change.
That was exactly what I was going to say, that I think we were also finding that a lot of brands were, or not a lot, but brands were outwardly expressing their social impact initiatives, but then were being called out for internally lack of diversity or internally, unfair, pay, different advantages. And so those were starting to come out during early days of COVID, because we were, there was this emphasis on, are you taking care of your own employees? Right. And so there is one of the key components of social impact is not forgetting about your own people and what's going on within your own organization.
I agree. 100%.
In talking about the impact that COVID has had on just being socially conscious, do you think that because more people were kind of forced to be a little bit more intrinsic and look inside, their own actions and businesses and values at the beginning of this year, do you think that it really kind of pushed some of these other issues forward? I'm hearing even a lot more, and obviously this, it was an election year as well. Like, it was just a convergence of a lot going on. And so, but I am hearing more about diversity and, environmental protections. And there's just a lot of more conversation, and a lot of people are wanting to get involved. So I'm wondering, how COVID, impacted all of that, and how people can kind of view it as an opportunity to maybe get started in social impact.
It's something that we've been talking a lot about at Public, and we've been seeing it with some of our nonprofit clients, where corporations are coming out more and more than ever to support their initiatives. One of the clients that I've had the honor of working with is Meals on Wheels America, and they have never had the support that they have received this year. And we've been talking to some of those corporations and their desire to, continue. We helped launch a campaign called Don't Stop Now. That this is not a one and done, that, not only is COVID continuing for the foreseeable future, but the need is great. And I think this, we'll see what happens with the next administration, but we think we've also seen that firsthand what an important role corporations have to play, right? That you can't rely solely on nonprofits, and you can't rely solely on government. And so when you tally up the resources and the funds that corporations have, they by far surpass, government support and individual support. And so we've been seeing it firsthand, and at Public, we're very optimistic that, finally social impact and this corporate responsibility is at the forefront.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, to get started, Meg, as you were saying, like, what are some of the things you can do now? Put together an ad hoc group, a committee, employees from every level, like I said, customers, vendors, community representatives, and just listen. What do you hear? What's important to them? What are some of the opportunities and challenges? It's okay not to know. We all talk about authenticity, right? To be authentic, but you can't, you have to really understand the other perspectives, the multiple perspectives, in order to start to do that. And just being in Newark, there's a group, Invest Newark. Well, I hadn't worked particularly with that group. I had read something about their venture fund for entrepreneurs and business owners, startups, people of color, to provide, fund, seed money, mentoring. It was sort of right to kind of align with what we already do. I've learned too, not to say what I can do, but to just talk and say to Invest Newark, okay, we do all these things, but where do you think we could provide the most value to your people, to what you're trying to accomplish, to what they're trying to accomplish? Let us know. We don't want to dictate what's important, or as the sort of, thing of the soup du jour, of the day. So.
Do you think there was maybe a bit of a hesitancy in messaging, only because people were so, you mentioned, just talking about it, but just also on the flip side, being afraid to say the wrong thing or something that could be taken the wrong way, just because everything was so heightened, particularly this year?
Do you want to take that, Mona? Or?
I'll say that I've experienced both. I've experienced working with brands who are much more conservative. They want to get their house in order first. And, we tend to err on the side of take a stand,
right.
and be loud. And, we've seen that happen with brands like Nike, right? They went from this brand of the 90s under scrutiny to a brand now that really stands out for what they believe in. And sure, you might have some people burning their sneakers, but sales are only going up. So, we stand behind the, be transparent. If you're not perfect yet, say that, say what your goals are, set goals, and educate your employees, talk to them about what you're doing. And you might want to do that first. So internally they're aware of your initiatives. And so that's the camp that we go in, but we do understand that there is a spectrum in social impact, that not everyone is going to be, those brands that are, in front of the podium. We recognize that. And we also recognize how important leadership is and how it really does come from the top down. And so, and I personally have worked with companies where like I'm itching and I'm ready to go and leadership is just not ready yet. And that's okay. Again, there is a spectrum of social impact, but that's our philosophy and mine.
Great. So you had mentioned Nike. Kim, is there maybe a brand that you thought was doing something really well this year, or maybe even last year, just something that, a brand that you were like, oh, I didn't realize they were so, socially conscious?
It's I think I have to take a step back and kind of cut through the clutter, because right now everyone's got a message. I would just say, instead of someone who's doing it well, that echoing, just to close on what Mona said, not saying anything is a message, right? So that's certainly better than, being quiet, but also to look, integrating diversity into our ad campaigns and our photos and who's on our website. Like, that's great, because we all need to see models who look like us. But what do we do to make systemic change, right? Mm-hmm. So, I was watching something on the Today Show where I think it was Dell, donated a bunch of iPads, like 20,000 of them in the city of Newark. And that was great. But like the principal said, and it's like, okay, we need these laptops, but what do we do to help the parents, right? To have a better economy, to have access to jobs, right? To be able to have the right and proper education so that they can buy these things for their kids. So, we have to start thinking in that mode.
Exactly. And you had mentioned, putting together a committee internally. And Mona, you had mentioned that the change really needs to start internally. So I would ask you, like, what, for somebody that would like to step more into social impact, what would you first guide them towards internally? Like, let's get the house in order, and then let's move forward. What is kind of the starting gate?
Well, I can
go ahead.
Just from personal experience, prior to my time at Public, I was at Voss Foundation, which was affiliated with Voss Water, and that's essentially what we did. We had a committee. There were representatives from each department within Voss Water. They spanned international, so we had people in Dubai, the UK, the US, and then we broke up into subcommittees. And so each subcommittee was active and responsible for different areas of social impact. Some might have been internal employee engagement. Some might have been looking more at the environmental sustainability factor of Voss Water. And so it was pretty grassroots when you think about it, these committees and these subcommittees, but it's a great way to start, and it's a great way to show leadership of some case studies, because you can show external case studies all you want. We've named some of these great brands, but until they see it within, and I've been exposed to leaders who say, oh, people lie on those surveys and they just say what you want to hear. And so I do think there is value to those internal committees and internal case studies.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I have to say is tie it to the business case. That's what's important to leaders. Just because we're doing good doesn't mean that we're not being profitable, but how will it positively impact that bottom line? And then you start getting the C-level to sort of listen to what your message is.
Absolutely. What about those businesses that have already made a misstep, and they really need to focus on turning around maybe their values, maybe really at the core of it, and just taking a look? Maybe there was a leadership change, or maybe they, put out a statement that was, not the best. How do we kind of handle those missteps?
I mean, honesty is always the best policy in my book. It's just if it's truly from the heart and it's you're sorry, you know, and then kind of so start again and how you're going. What are the things that you can put in place to make it different? Maybe like we've talked about, you know, it's more diverse committees, so you don't make mistakes like that, you know? Maybe it's just, you know, learning and educating and going out into the community. We're not perfect, and we have to give everyone a little bit of breathing room to learn and grow and make mistakes as they grow.
Yeah, not to repeat myself again, but right, that's exactly why we really encourage setting transparent goals, and they don't have to be for tomorrow, but and then annually letting your consumers, letting the public know where you are, where you stand.
Okay.
And what are some of the, you know, when we talk about social impact, what are some examples, you know, actionable steps that a company can take to get involved in social impact? You know, whether that's, you know, backing up a foundation or actually like doing like, you know, community activism, volunteering. You know, let's just talk about some of the examples that you've seen that have worked really well and have even like perhaps helped the company grow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a really big fan of the B Corp movement. I think that sort of structure of having a triple bottom line. So if you're not familiar with B Corps, it's a sort of rigorous certification process that corporations can volunteer to get. You don't get any tax benefit, no additional status, but you're basically, you're publicly stating that you believe in a triple bottom line, so profit, people, and planet. And so I think that those pillars are a really good starting point of differentiating and understanding the different areas of social impact, because there is the internal and there is your supply chain, you know, as Kim can talk a lot about from the manufacturing side, you know, your carbon offsets and your outputs and the internal, and then there's your community impact. And so I find that the B Corp model can help just organize your activities. But I do think the best, you know, eventually you want to get to a holistic system where you're hopefully have, you know, you're touching on each component.
Okay. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. We had such a great conversation that we went over. I would suggest that you, you know, connect, any of our viewers connect with both Mona and Kim. Kim is with Zago Manufacturing. Mona is with Public Inc. And just to continue the conversation and to get some more ideas about how you can get involved in social impact. Again, I want to thank our participants and our organizers, and you know, just for having the opportunity to speak today. If everyone can stay safe and happy and healthy into 2021, and then we can all collectively be a part of the bigger social, you know, impact together.
Thank you. It's been great. Thank you so much, Mona.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meg.
You too.
Okay, that was amazing. Again, social impact is one of my favorite areas of PR. And if you at your agency and or firm are maybe just dipping your toe into it, or haven't started offering it as you're in your scope of services, I really encourage us to all do so, and encourage our clients to not only, again, just put out that press release, or as they mentioned, send those laptops or send, you know, those iPads, but actually follow through with how systemic change can be made, especially on the economic side, even in just the vendors that your clients are using, that we're using as firms. It all really makes a difference in terms of just one, creating change, sustainable change in our country, in our community, and in the world, and also in us just doing good and really increasing the humanity that we have. I just wanted to take this time to thank all of the presenters that have gone so far. It's such a great day. I'm seeing some of the comments that are coming in on Hopin. I'm here in the backstage, so I may be missing some, but I'm checking in and catching as many as I can. And it's been such positive feedback and thoughts from our community here of PR pros, communicators, and marketers. I really just also wanted to take a moment and thank our sponsors. Talkwalker, thank you so much for your support of the Hot List Trend Report, not only this year, but last year as well. Something that I feel like is a big trend in this year and will go into 2021 is the power of relationships, right? I feel like we really all this year had to double down on our relationships and form new ones, but then also the ones that we had, really foster them. And we saw this time, this year, how important those relationships were as we needed to support clients that maybe their budgets changed, support family members during these times, look to do new business, or in this case, have wonderful community building and knowledge sharing events where we look into our Rolodex. So thank you to all of my friends and colleagues that answered the call. It has been a wonderful day thus far. A colleague that for sure answered the call was Dennis from Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health. I reached out to him on a PRSA board call and said, I think this would be great if we could have a conversation about health communication and COVID-19. And he was all over it. So thank you to him and Robert Wood Johnson, Barnabas Health for your support. Also to PRSA Tri-State, who really has been a supporter of this event from the very beginning. So for 4 years now, they have supported the Hot List event and really believed in it right from the start. So thank you, John. Thank you, Natan. And thank you to the entire PRSA Tri-State community. Make sure you visit their booth. They are having their annual conference at the top of the new year, and they have a lot of values and insights to share with everyone. So make sure you visit their booth. Also wanted to thank Maestro Communications, who's coming up later with their sports and PR, and as well as, guess who else is a sponsor this year? Johnson PR and Events. As a part of our new business development and just as leaning into our networks, we are doing sponsorships with different professional organizations that we are involved with, and we're seeing a great ROI with it. So thank you, PRSA New Jersey, for having my company as a sponsor, and also for this year being really flexible with the sponsorship levels. I know Ilana Zilka, who is our sponsorship chair, was really thoughtful in creating levels that businesses of all sizes could still participate in this economy that we're having. So thank you so much for that. Without further ado, we are going to go into our next session for the day, which is communications and COVID-19. When after our transition, then our panel will begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to PRSA's New Jersey Chapter's Hot List 2020 Trend Report session, Healthcare Communications in the Age of COVID. I'm Dennis Wilson, Jr., Vice President of Strategic Marketing for the Northern Region and Creative Services here at RWJ Barnabas Health, and I'm also a board member for the NJ, the New Jersey Chapter of PRSA, and I'm also the incoming chair of PRSA's Health Academy for 2021 nationally. First, I'd like to take a moment and send my congratulations and best wishes to our outgoing chapter president, Anjelica Sena. Anjelica, thank you for your leadership and everything you've done, and for encouraging me to get more involved. Greatly appreciate it. I also want to, send congratulations and to my fellow board member who you just heard from, Shakira Johnson. Shakira has done an outstanding job pulling this day together. I can tell you she not only worked tirelessly, she literally did, based on some of the communications and emails I saw. So Shakira, thank you personally and for your dedication to the professional development of communicators here in New Jersey. Outstanding job. So first, I'd like to now welcome the panel today. So I think if we can bring on Carrie McKean Kelly, Vice President of Communications and Membership for the New Jersey Hospital Association. Carrie, welcome.
Hey there, thanks.
Share a few words.
Oh, let me get my setup right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Carrie McKean Kelly. I'm Vice President of Communications for the New Jersey Hospital Association. We are a trade association that represents not just hospitals, but also nearly 400 members spanning nursing homes, hospice, home health, and a bunch of other providers. And I have, in that role, I have the real pleasure of being able to collaborate with so many of you, other PR professionals across our members. So I always learn and take from them all the time, and I really appreciate that relationship. I also am co-founder of a small 501c3 called Kelly's Heroes. It's inspired from my husband, Steve Kelly, former editor at the Record and the Philadelphia Inquirer, who died of pancreatic cancer in 2015. So Kelly's Heroes is all about increasing awareness and raising funds of for clinical trials, and especially an early detection test for pancreatic cancer, trying to increase survival for the deadliest of all major cancers. And I will say that experience has really helped inform my work at the Hospital Association, from much greater awareness from the patient, family, caregiver perspective. So very important. So it's a pleasure to be part of this today, and I thanks very much for being included.
Carrie, thank you. No, it's going to be a lively discussion. Next, I'd like to welcome Ken Inchowski, Senior Director for Corporate Communications at Novo Nordisk, and he's also a colleague of mine on the executive committee of the Health Academy, and he will be the chair in 2022, actually. Ken,
thank you very much. I appreciate being invited to this. I'll go real quick because we've got a lot to cover in a little bit of time. Novo Nordisk, we are a pharmaceutical company based in Denmark, Copenhagen. We've been in the business of diabetes for nearly 100 years. And we were now in obesity. We're also working with rare diseases and hemophilia and growth hormone, growth disorders. And I think most of all, from our perspective, we'll talk a little bit about sort of the industry's response and how we are seeing a lot of activity from the pharma side on a whole variety of fronts. And for us, obviously, in diabetes and obesity, risk factors that place people at significant risk of progressing to COVID if they're exposed to coronavirus. That's been a really important piece of from our perspective of talking to patients, physicians, et cetera. And so looking forward to the discussion. And for everybody out there, hope you're being safe. I hope you are doing well, and looking forward to talking to you.
Ken, thank you. And then finally, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Tornetta, Manager of Media Relations and Public Affairs for AtlantiCare. And Jennifer is also a fellow board member with PRSA's New Jersey chapter. Jennifer, how you doing today?
Good afternoon, Dennis, and thank you to all of our participants today, and again, all of our sponsors. And I echo your thanks and congratulations to our board leadership team. So I lead media relations and public affairs for AtlantiCare, which is a regional healthcare system that serves the community in 5 different counties. We started out in 1898 as Atlantic City's only hospital, Atlantic City Hospital. And Carrie and I have worked together for many years on many of the issues that we are discussing today, but gosh, how they've evolved over the years. I also serve as the professional liaison for the Stockton University PRSA and assist with Monmouth University. So really happy to be part of this conversation, and we do encourage your questions because it's timely, and this is really something that meant to give not only our members, but all communicators some tips and to help them along through the pandemic as well.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, so today it's about what's going to be hot in 2021. And I mean, COVID has been an unbelievably dominating topic, hot since March. I mean, I usually say, and in March, that's when the world went sideways, right? And it definitely affected all of our work. So before we can peer, into 2021, I think it's important that we, take a quick look back and, maybe can you each provide some observations about, how does COVID changed your work and impacted your approach to communications? Jennifer, let's start with you.
Sure. I think it's made it more intense, as it has for most public relations professionals. And it's also helped PR teams, not only here at Atlanticare, but what I've heard from our colleagues and their marketing, social media. It's really helping to blend what we all do and showing the importance of really being collaborated on our messages. And another key is not only within our health system, but as an industry, we have found the collaboration with community hospitals in concert with NJHA just vital in making sure that we're all on point, especially as information has changed so dramatically and so quickly. And often it was conflicting information. So having that one voice, a bit like a joint, an incident command center, where you'd always go to the authority that has the most relevant and correct information. We came together very quickly as healthcare systems throughout New Jersey in terms of what's our point, what's our message, and how do we lean on each other and support each other as we're looking at all of the needs our community has. And then the other thing I would say is we've really been listening to, it's more important now than ever to listen to your customers. And that might seem, well, yeah, sure. But customers are so varied. So even in terms of communicating with our staff and our patients, what a new staff member, a young staff member, maybe in his or her early 20s, and what someone who's been with Atlanticare for maybe 10, 15, 20, or 30 years hears, it's different. So we have to really communicate to our targeted audiences and listen to them. Don't assume that we know what they need to know.
Jennifer, thank you. Carrie, yeah, if you could maybe dovetail into what Jennifer was commenting, again, this is a pandemic, so this wasn't, I mean, it hit everybody. It hit New Jersey incredibly hard early. And I think in many respects, what we dealt with in March and April is what we're seeing now, a lot of the country dealing with across the board. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to say, we've done this, but, talk about what we have done and, and then how that's evolved, from your perspective since March.
Sure. Thanks, Dennis. This is a novel virus. We had never encountered that before. And as one of the very first hotspots in the U.S., New Jersey has, we're out in front, and in many ways, our clinical teams have written the playbook that the rest of the country is now using in how to treat this virus, but also protect against transmission. And in some ways, I feel like we've also had to write the playbook from a communications point of view, because I don't think we've ever had a crisis response or an emergency response that has been so prolonged and so sustained. So maintaining that has been new for me. Maintaining that intensity and keeping up with that has been new for me, and I imagine for all of you as well. I will say that data has been such a big part of this story. I feel like it's definitely been a big part of our media relations. There's such a hunger for data and also a sophistication among the media and being able to manage the data themselves, download a database or go through a dashboard. So from a communicator standpoint, it's really taught me that we need to be on top of our game in terms of transparency and the data that we're sharing, because we can be fact checked very easily from the sophistication today. Now, you mentioned, what we've learned, and I'll just make a pitch for, speaking of data, NJHA Center for Health Analytics Research and Transformation, which is analyzing some of the data that we're seeing along this long journey And just this week, we released a report looking at patient records from more than 27,000 hospitalized patients since April. So between April and August is where we pulled this data from. And there are glimmers of hope. And one of those is that the mortality rate for hospitalized patients with COVID has declined 75% between April, which was our spring peak, and August. We've also seen improvements in treatments, fewer days spent in the hospital, fewer patients requiring ventilation. And that goes back to how our clinical teams have been really amazing in sharing knowledge and information and lessons learned, being very generous with that information so that we can improve the care that we provide to the people of New Jersey.
Yeah, no, Carrie, that's an incredibly, important note. It's not just about, you're talking about communication to publics, right? And as communicators, we always need to make sure we are segmenting, and it's just not the public, and with this pandemic, it has been critical, that we are and I want to say it's segmenting our communication, that what are we getting out to residents and what are we doing to patients and families? And that's been critical, what we've been doing. But you're talking about also that interprofessional communication that has been just absolutely critical. And it's probably been what we'll be talking about obviously in a while is vaccine communications. But I think that's one of the things that has been allowed to accelerate, and against this fight, against this, this pandemic. Ken, from the pharma standpoint, what you're looking at, so let me share your insights.
Let me take a different course here, because I think Jennifer and Kelly have talked a lot about the external component, and we don't have a COVID vaccine in development or a therapeutic. But we do have a nationwide field force and a workforce. The vast majority of our employees are remote across across all 50 states, and all those states, we all know, are dealing with this crisis very, very differently. And on top of that, we have about 1,200 employees in the Plainsboro offices off Scudder's Mill Road. And while I am not a dedicated enterprise communications person, I have worked a lot on the internal component that is incredibly vital to ensure that employee engagement in this sort of environment that is tiring every day, day in, day out. I don't know how many hours we all are putting in. I started at 6 a.m. today talking to Copenhagen, and I'm going to go to 8 o'clock tonight. And the thing is that while we talk about how we care for patients and ensuring that they need the right care, communicating to those people who are caring for patients or working with doctors or working with scientists, making sure that continuity is done properly, safely, has been really, really important. And the issue of burnout from a comms perspective is absolutely real. And it is something that we're really taking to heart and working with our HR colleagues to ensure that employee engagement stays up as best as we can, and making sure that we're all taking care of ourselves. And that's where we as PR people have a real obligation to make sure that internal piece does it in terms of the humanity of us trying to manage through this crisis really needs to be reminded to our executive management constantly.
Yeah, Ken, that's an incredibly outstanding point. I think everybody's always looking at the comms professionals. Mostly it's like, what's the media statement? How are we placing a story? How are we managing the media? But it's again, how are we messaging to these different groups and messaging to employees, especially since you don't have we're not together today, but we are, right? We're together virtually. And how many of us have been using this type of a platform to try to connect with staff and communicate as well? But like you're saying, the day just extends. So Jennifer, how have you been dealing with that as well?
We've long approached our communications as our providers and staff need to know the information first because they are our brand ambassadors and they are on the front line of talking with our patients and our community. So we did a number of things, including on our intranet, we dedicated a COVID central location where staff could go for all information, whether it was policy changes or health information about what they could do for resilience. And it also linked to our, we have one of those emergency preparedness or weather alert pages or, community alert pages that we totally transformed externally to include COVID information. So we linked from our intranet to that. We also did town hall meetings with our CEO and our physician who is the leader of our infection prevention team. Weekly, then bi-weekly, and we ramped them up as that was needed. And what we found from that was people, the staff and providers would tune in and they would ask questions real time. And we might not always have the answers. We try to prepare just as you would for any media interview for all the questions that you might have. But, as we got questions, we answered them transparently. When we didn't have an information for a question, we followed up with that. And it was also a great way for us to listen to what they were hearing and to learn what they were feeling so that we could make sure that we were connecting with them and answering all their questions, but also meeting all their needs. So that was key. And of course, rounding, whether we were rounding virtually or in person to say, hey, how are you doing? What are you hearing? What do you need to know? So there were some key ways that we kept our employees engaged, and we found it really, really rewarding and got lots of great feedback on that as well.
Jennifer, thank you. Carrie, just the other day, NJHA released the chart report.
Yep.
I think that's like an incredible, document. You were talking about data before, and when you talk about, look back on the last since March, can you touch on, how you see that aligns with, what's occurred over the last 9 months and how this has evolved over time?
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because when we produce that data through our center, when it comes to communications, it's a pretty dense document and there's a lot of numbers in there. And I will tell you, one of the reasons I was a journalism major is because it was the least amount of math you had to take, that major. So it has been really interesting, the back and forth between the data team and the communications team to see how good storytelling has to incorporate all of that. And it's been a great exercise, really, in a way, to recognize both the facts and the data, but also the framing and the storytelling and viewing it from a human perspective that makes it be a story that provides really meaningful information to the reader, whether your audience are, our members or the media or the general public. But that has been a very interesting and for me, rewarding thing to see that kind of collaboration take place in the sake of good storytelling.
No, Jennifer, thank you. Yeah, and then again, thank you for all the work that you're leading with NJHA. Ken, about a month ago, you were able to moderate a session with the Health Academy, and I think we had some pretty profound speakers on that group. And this is kind of the next segue I want to get into, is a little bit of, now we can look forward into 2021 a little bit, right? And we can't talk about what's hot. I mean, there's nothing hotter right now than the vaccine, right? And what we know right now is we're waiting for the FDA next week. Other than that, things will be learned as it comes. This has never been done before, so, we have to have comms in place. But could you maybe share some insights, from your conversation? Ken got to moderate. It was with the leads comms, head the leads comms from Takeda, Moderna, and Pfizer,
Novavax.
right? Novavax, right. Okay.
Yeah. So, it was a really fascinating conversation, and also for a little background, I used to work in the vaccines business when I was at GlaxoSmithKline. Look, I think there are going to be a couple things that are going to be important. One is, as an industry, as a healthcare industry, we need to make sure that people trust the science, because we all know right now there is a lot of skepticism about what's going on relative to the speed of bringing this particular vaccine to market, or getting it approved as safe and efficacious. But I also think that the industry in of itself has done a pretty spectacular thing, where you had pretty much all the players, get together and declare that they will not submit data to the FDA until it was deemed appropriate and ready for submission. If you've been in the pharma business for a bit, I've been in the pharma business for about 14, 15 years. I will tell you that the amount of data that goes to the FDA is in terabytes, and it is significant. And we take that commitment to efficacy and safety really, really seriously. And those scientists who have been busting hump for day in, day out to get their submissions in is going to be really, really critical. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what the advisory committees are going to be doing on the 10th and the 17th. And how quickly the advisory committees and the staff ultimately come together and say, okay, we're good to go with this. And then I think it's also this sort of falls outside of pharma. I think you're going to see, my prediction, you're going to see collaborations happen in terms of the distribution of this vaccine in ways that you haven't seen before, probably closely aligned to what you see in typical flu vaccine season. Where you're looking at the CVSs of the world, new partnerships that are happening. I think that one of the biggest things from a business perspective that has happened is, and under the auspices of public health, is that it has really fostered significant collaboration. And it's going to be, actually, I think you're going to see a really interesting collaboration between the industry and the CDC, my prediction, because the CDC is going to have to carry a lot of the burden after it goes through its review of figuring out what the schedule is, the vaccine schedule is going to be, where the priority groups. We've already got one set of priority groups. Now we've got a few others to be thinking about. I think you're going to see people wrestle very openly in making really difficult decisions about who gets the vaccine, who gets treatment. And it's going to, I think, potentially foster some national debate. And that's something as PR people, whether I don't care if you're in pharma or as a provider, or even if you're just you're an industry, you're packaged goods, you've got an audience that actually really wants to know more. Like right now, there's a big debate going on in Denmark about, if you're an employer in Denmark, are you going to require your employees to be vaccinated? Those are really big implications that we as PR people have to really consider. And I think that's going to be one of the things that and also the lawyers. And we're going to have to understand, sort of how we roll out a pandemic resolution in a way it's going to satisfy everybody. And I think that's just going to be, those are some of the big topics that at least I think about as a PR person as I sit on the outside and look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Ken. When you were talking about the science and the efficacy, and then you're talking about that fear, and again, as communicators, we need to be imparting information that is transparent, that's honest, right? One
final thought, Dennis. Mm-hmm. I think there's also going to be a large period of time where people are like, it's done, it's not done. So
that's a huge part of our messaging.
I mean, we've already been having the fights as society, because that's how I think it's societal issues. Wear a mask, so guess what? We're how as healthcare PR people, providers, public health communicators, how do we still advocate for those things that people were like, I don't want to do this? How do we advocate in a time of a vaccine that is incredibly efficacious, and say, no, you still have those things you got to do? I think that's also going to be the next thing that industry, public health community, the government, everybody's going to have to jump in and lock arms on.
Yeah, no, we still have to, so we're going into, we've all been doing the communications around wear a mask, social distance, don't visit old people, all of those things, or how do you do these things safely, right? Now we're getting into, okay, now we have to communicate a vaccine. And I think some of the most profound thing is the flip of the numbers that we have to do. There were studies out there, research showing that, anywhere between 60 to 70% of the country doesn't want to take the vaccine right away, right? Yet we have to flip those numbers in order to reach that herd immunity that they're talking about and get it to like 70, 80. So as communicators, everybody looks to us to say, okay, help us communicate it to convince people that they need to do it, So it's kind of a daunting task because, it's like, okay, the scientists did their job. Now it's on our plate.
Well, I think that there need to be some broad gestures around, the commitment around vaccination in general. So I think I heard, I did not research this out, but someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think the 4 former presidents, living presidents, all agreed to collectively get vaccinated so that everybody sees it. I mean, it's about how do we as organizations, so to me that's leadership, and that's also within our wheelhouse as PR people. So
it's that endorsement.
So you got to look for that endorsement. So okay, so it's former President Clinton, former President W. Bush, President Obama, and President Carter. Okay, so you got them. What about the CEO of your facilities? And I'm not talking about my peers here I'm talking to the people on the webcast. What about the people within your community? What about your leadership within your organizations? I think in some way that's where we can start making some differences. If everybody thinks, oh my gosh, I have nothing to do within this pandemic, I disagree.
Well, and that leads me. So Carrie, one of the things, we're going to need to look at, right, is how do we communicate to those vulnerable communities too, that have been especially hit hard by this pandemic, in our urban environments, the African-American communities that we have, as well as the Hispanic communities, both audiences that, rightly so, are skeptical of public institutions and many times healthcare and stuff. So how do we, as communicators, help advance that? What are your thoughts in that capacity?
Yep, great question. And Ken touched upon this as well, but there is most definitely those vulnerable communities out there who have a historic mistrust and well-placed mistrust based on some of the things that have occurred in history, like, the Tuskegee study. And unfortunately and ironically, those same communities that might have a distrust of this vaccine are the same ones that are being disproportionately impacted by COVID. So we most definitely need to tap into the great infrastructure that our hospitals and other healthcare providers have with their communities. And so many of them have excellent health equity programs underway, and tap on those relationships so that they can be those and coordinate with those trusted voices in the community so that they're working in concert and they're working with those community ambassadors to forge that trust. And I would say that for us at NJHA and among our members too, our first focus, first and foremost, is to make sure we have the clinicians vaccinated. That trust gap in the vaccine is not limited to the general public. There's plenty of healthcare professionals who also have questions about safety and efficacy. And our initial focus is there, because if we can't get them to feel confident in receiving this vaccine, there's no way we're going to be able to convince the broader public and those skeptical communities. So really focusing at home first, but then branching that out into the broader community, because those healthcare clinicians who have been at the bedside taking care of people who might have recovered from COVID themselves, they're going to be our most important spokespeople for the importance of getting this vaccine.
Thank you, Carrie. And Jennifer, now to me, so now it's like you're on the ground, right? You're there at Atlantic Care, and you have one of those vulnerable urban environments down there, Atlantic City. This is coming. We all know it's coming, but we don't have a lot of information yet, like no one else does, and it's understandable. But yet we need to prepare. What are you doing? So when we're off today, it's like, how are you getting ready?
Right. Well, one of the key things that we have said, and I know hospitals across New Jersey have said throughout the pandemic, is it's really important not to put off care. So one of the ways that we will engage people in the importance of getting the vaccination when it is available is by, through their primary care visits, or for some of the other at-risk populations, the other work that we do in the community. So whether we're distributing food through our pantry or doing telemedicine visits, we're going to be really reiterating the importance of you've got to take care of yourself, you've got to seek care and get care, and when it is time for the vaccination, here's why you need it, and here's how we can help you to get it. I think the other thing that's key to what we've been talking about, and also this morning, Kelly Schweitzer, the senior news editor of marketing for LinkedIn, discussed it this morning on our panel. She talked about the book Words That Matter, and a study that just came out by Frank Luntz and the DeBeaumont Foundation really talked about that as well. So that study showed that it was actually a poll. And so in terms of the words that we use, sometimes we frighten people, and we're all learning how to discuss this, but to really explain it. So maybe instead of things like lockdowns, we start saying stay at home. That's what this poll recommended. Or when we're addressing safety measures, rather than calling them mandates, calling them protocols, and really helping people take personal responsibility for protecting themselves, but also helping to prevent spread of the virus, and just listening to their current concerns and really anticipating them first, which is what we're all doing now, to ensure that they are taking care of their overall health so that they are protected from other issues that could make them more susceptible to COVID and vice versa.
Yeah, no, that's an incredible point as well. I mean, in I'm sorry, yes, Carrie.
Dennis, if I may, I was just going to jump on that because I've been doing a lot of research on vaccine messaging this week because, like many of you, I'm working on talking points. And there's all kinds of information out there, but one piece I came upon said the Operation Warp Speed is such an unfortunate name. Yes. That's making people think that shortcuts have been taken, that safety protocols, the safety review, the regulatory review has been fast-tracked. And that's part of what's creating some of the skepticism and fear that this process has been rushed.
And that's that misinformation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wish we had more time to get into this because misinformation is really something that it's a problem. It's our other pandemic, right? It really is. And, as communicators, that is certainly something that we can inoculate against. And I think taking this away and even talking right now broadly to all of our, peers that are watching today, please take that seriously. We have to debunk misinformation. We need to make sure we're sharing things appropriately. We need to be making sure we're using appropriate sources of truth. The CDC, your state's Department of Health, your local health departments. And as us as communicators, we really need to be making sure that we're supporting that and we're aligning with that. Because it's only together that are we going to help, defeat the pandemic and ease people's fears. So we can do that to advance it. We're over a half hour. Yeah, this has been an incredible discussion. I'm incredibly honored to have been able to share this virtual platform with each of you. And I thank you very much for, I hope we can also, share a stage at some time soon. So, I want to reinforce what everybody said. We can each do our part. So, please share it on social media, encourage people to wear a mask, encourage people to social distance. And these are things that we're going to need to do, even when the vaccine comes, and we need to encourage people, take that vaccine, and do it when it is your turn. So thank you, everybody. Be safe and mask up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Wear that mask.
Thanks.
Thank you. Be
Bye-bye.
safe, everybody.
Okay. I think that may have been one of the hottest panels that we've had so far, just in terms of it being timely and ultimately having to do with our health, our families, and our loved ones, and our morals and our ethics that we hold true to us. So thank you so much for doing that panel with style and grace. To all of our panelists, and again, thank you, Dennis, for answering the call and assembling a panel and a team of thought leaders to lead that conversation. Now, one of the things that we've been talking about so much has been health and wellness, and how important that is for communicators, especially even Ken from our past panel just mentioned how important that is and how we can experience burnout if we don't take great care of ourselves. So we have brought in today Linda Coles, Media Relations for New Jersey Manufacturers Insurance, to share what she does personally to have balance and meaning during these times.
Thank you, Shakira. Hi, everybody. I'm excited to share my personal practice of meditation. 2020 has been a year of impossibilities and so much stress and chaos and uncertainty. So one of the ways that I try to manage it and navigate through some of the stress is through a mindful meditation practice. So for a few minutes, I'm just going to take you through one of my breath meditations that helps me center and focus on being still, if only for a few moments. So I'm going to ask that wherever you are, you take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. One more time, deep breath in, deep breath out. And for this meditation, we're going to focus on balancing out positive versus negative energy. So I'm going to ask that you think of something or a feeling that was positive for you today, yesterday, when you felt like, yeah, I'm right where I want to be. That could be you were feeling more courageous, you were feeling generous, you were feeling peaceful, you were happy. And then I want you to think of something that you want less of, something that weighs you down. That could be fear, that could be uncertainty, that could be stress, that could be sadness. So when you breathe in, bring in that positive feeling, whatever that word is. As you breathe in, you say that word. And when you exhale, you push out whatever that negativity is for you. So let's begin. Eyes closed. Inhale what is positive, what that word is. Inhale that. Exhale negativity, whatever that is. Inhale positivity. Exhale what no longer serves you. Again, inhale. And exhale. Inhale. And exhale. When it comes to meditation, the goal is not to quiet the mind. That is most impossible. But it is to focus on a stillness, to think about what is happening on the inside. So as we breathe in positivity and push out that which is negative, we balance that out and we slow it down, if only for a moment. One more. Inhale in. Exhale out. One more. Inhale in. And exhale out. I hope this helps you. I hope you can incorporate it into your day as communicators. There's a lot on our shoulders. Messaging all that is positive, all that is necessary. And it's important that we take moments to find stillness and to take care of ourselves. So thank you for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to our panel on business development in a pandemic. I'm John Goldberg from Reputation Architects. I'm also a board member of PRSA New Jersey and chair-elect of PRSA's Counselors Academy, where strategies for growing small and mid-sized agencies and solo practices is really a primary topic of our professional development programs and our annual conference, where two of our panelists today, Ken and Brett, are regulars on our faculty. Let me start out by introducing our panelists. We have, we're lucky to have Cheryl Overton. Cheryl is a brand protagonist, cultural storyteller, content innovator, and PR Week Hall of Femme inductee. There you go.
Here we go. Hi, thank you.
She's currently Chief Experience Officer of Cheryl Overton Communications, and she has served in senior roles at some little-known agencies like Edelman, Zeno Group, and Ogilvy. Alongside Cheryl, we have Brett Werner.
Welcome, John. Good to see you and Cheryl.
Hey, not alongside. Brett is President and Chief Client Officer at MWW He joined MWW in 2016 after previously having co-founded Catalyst PR in 2007. And that came after more than a dozen years at Taylor, where he became the youngest VP in agency history. And rounding out our panel, we have Ken Jacobs, who has more fancy initials after his name than I have time to recite. You can ask him about them. He's a certified executive coach to PR, communications, advertising, and marketing leaders, and a sought-after consultant and trainer to PR and integrated marketing agencies on how to grow and lead your business effectively. He's also chair of PRSA New Jersey's Senior Pros Forum. So Cheryl, Brett, Ken, welcome to all of you. Housekeeping item, we're going to try to leave a couple of minutes at the end. I know we're running a little bit late in the schedule, but no, please, if we're not able to get to your questions, our panelists will be more than happy to follow up and respond to them via email. So type them in the chat box, and whether or not we get to them live, you'll get an answer back. So let me start out simply by asking each of our panelists to set the stage for our discussion and talk for just 90 seconds and crystallize for us your personal philosophy on business development and what's important. And Brett, why don't we start with you?
Well, John, thanks a lot. Between you and Ken, we have like two of the all-time moderators in one block here. It's amazing. So sort of key components, and there's no doubt this environment makes that harder about prospecting new business. I think that's pretty straightforward. But I think there are fundamental things that we always have to keep in mind, no matter what the environment, and that prospecting is a job to be done every day, no different than getting dressed, brushing your teeth, combing your hair, and prospecting. And what I see time and time again is people don't earmark time, 30 minutes every day, to prospect. And if you don't get into that habit, you're always going to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to new business prospecting.
Cheryl?
Totally agree with Brett. I would add to that business development. I think very often our focus is on getting new clients, new brands on the roster. But I think what is as important and often where we can find opportunities is also how can we find new opportunities, or how can we grow existing client relationships? There might be other divisions we're not touching or that we're not in deeply enough. So I think the business development growth strategy should include organic. I also think there are probably, from an innovation standpoint, if there are special skills, specialties, IP that an agency or a soloist has, think about how business development, how can that be monetized? Even if it's a one-off, a special workshop, a special service, you might not always have to put all business development efforts around the big retainer account. There might be ways to start to chip away at relationships, some low-hanging fruit that you could better leverage.
Great, thank you. And you've raised a couple of topics we're going to get into in just a couple of minutes. Ken.
Yeah, well, obviously I agree with Brett and Cheryl. I think the first thing is that some is having a new business or business development plan. And that's different from your marketing and engagement plan. And if you don't have it, I've heard agency owners say, oh, it's all up here. You're not going to win the business that you need to grow every year. And imagine if you were working with a client who said, oh, we don't have a marketing plan. You'd say, what, are you crazy? And if you're running PR for a client, of course, you're going to have a PR plan. You must have a business development plan, and you must identify the prospects. It just starts with how much money do we want to make next year? What percentage is that over this year? And from where will we get it? And to reinforce Cheryl's point, of course, get it first from your existing clients. You should know their issues, not just their PR issues, but their marketing issues, not just their marketing issues, but their business issues. And if you're doing your job for your client and you're staying on top and you're going to them before they ask the question, here's what's coming down the pike. That is a rich area in which to grow your business. And, it's not an RFP. It's not competitive. It's highly profitable. It is, I never use sports analogies because I don't know that world, but I know this one. It's the short putt. So go after the short putt. Get more business by bringing new ideas and new innovations to existing clients.
Well, thank you, Ken. Why don't we dig down a little bit? And I know, Ken, this is a distinction that is very important to you, and I know that because you've beaten it into me on many occasions. But isn't business development really just a fancy name for marketing? Are they the same or are they different?
No, they're very great question. They're very different, and I think because we are PR people and many of us are marketing PR people, we want to market, we want to get out there, we want to do PR and engagement and all those great things. And then I say, yeah, but to whom are you doing your marketing? That's your biz dev plan. That's your client identification plan. And, some people don't like the notion of selling. This is your selling plan, but I call it biz dev because I never like calling it selling. So I call it, biz dev. But you are developing the business that will help your agency or your solo practice achieve the vision for the future. What kind of work do we want to be doing for what kind of clients, and what kind of money do we want to make? That's not answered in your marketing plan. That's answered in your biz dev plan. And then you create your marketing plan to support it.
Thinking about external clients as opposed to organic growth, how do you go about, let's start with Cheryl, how do you go about identifying your best prospects? Is there a formula for that? What's your thought process of, who are your top targets in your plan?
Absolutely. There may be a formula, but it probably is super fundamental. Like we don't need an algorithm for that. I think it's based to me on two things. A, who do you want to work with and for? I think the best way to determine who your hit list is what brands get you excited, whose work do you admire, or if there's a marketer or a communicator in-house, who do you really want to get to know and build a relationship with and work with? So one of the things that I've done with teams when I was on the large agency side is, you can create a vision board for yourself and your life and the things you want. We would create new business vision boards. What are some of the brands that we really dream about? And we love our chance to work with them. So I think that's the first part of the formula. And then the second part of the formula is taking a very objective and discerning look at what are your capabilities, services, and skills, and how can you best serve those people on your hit prospect list. It's really great, to love a brand, but if they need somebody to create a new widget or code something or build a, slice and atom, and you don't know how to do those things well, probably not going to be the right match at this time. But I do think that when you really follow a brand that meets your passion and purpose, and then marry that with your special skills and capabilities, that's a match made in heaven, because then you're approaching that prospect, not just with the knowledge of what they do, but what you can do to help them even achieve further. And people can absolutely feel the energy when you want to work with them, as opposed to, I'm trying to make my numbers.
Yep. No, that very good point. And, I like the suggestion, do what you know, because, as PR people, as communicators, we tend to think we are human Swiss Army knives and we can do everything. Every agency can do crisis communications, right? So I think that's important. Brett, how do you view it? How do you find and determine who MWW's ideal prospects are?
Yeah, there are a couple ways. We're a pretty diverse agency, but we always look for what's the tip of the spear for us to get in. For us, we have a very deep consumer and corporate practice, and we have a philosophy called Corp Movement, that the world are about 100 million consumers in the US that, yes, they evaluate the product, but their values of the company also factor into their purchase decision. So we come up with annual thought leadership on the Corp Movement audience. So instead of selling to who I want to talk to, I always say, can I come in and share the latest information on this? So of course I want to close the sale, but my easiest way to do that is to educate. And if I can go in the room, provide insight, they hopefully walk away and said, that was pretty insightful from the MWW team. Let's give them a shot at this. And that really is how you have to approach it. You're not selling, you're trying to inform and educate. We're lucky that most CCOs and VPs of communications aren't that hard to get in touch with. So just give them a reason to talk to you. Figure out your tip of the spear of how you can get in the door.
Yeah, no, that's great. And it really reinforces for the prospect why you are there and why they are talking to an agency. They're talking to an agency who will bring them thinking they don't have and think of things they don't or won't. So, focusing on what you have up here, your knowledge, intellect, insight, rather than dots on a map and locations, makes all the difference. Ken?
Yeah. So, thinking about what both Cheryl and Brett said, I'm a big believer in the power of the Venn diagram. So real quick, you could do this whether you're a medium-sized agency, small, boutique, soloist. One circle. What am I really expert at, really good at? What are the practice areas that I know inside and out, and I've got the thrilled clients over the years, and I've got the metrics? Circle one. Circle two, what are the industries that I know better than anyone? Real expertise, no BS. Not, oh, I worked on it, I know it. 2 circles. Another circle, what are we passionate about? Whether it's the leadership team or the agency at large, you've got to factor in, because biz dev takes some nights and weekends sometimes. So if you have the passion, you'll go after it. And then 2 more circles related. What are the practice areas that will merit, that are more needed in the next year, right? Where's the market for the practice areas? NWW may have 12 practice areas that they're good at, but what are the 4 or 5 that clients are going to pay more for? I'm guessing that's what Brett and team are targeting. And then the same thing, what are the industry areas that will need us in the short term, need us more than they did last year, and therefore will pay us more? Because you can love a certain category, you can be passionate, but if there's no market for it, why are you pursuing it? And I think when you look at all those circles in the Venn diagram, you will find that sweet spot, and you will be able to say, we are agency A, we are going to pursue opportunities in these 3 to 4 max practice areas for these 3 to 4 max industries. And that's the foundation. That's the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Let's shift gears a little bit to business development. It's the title of our session, business development in this crazy environment we're in. What's different for all of you in coming up with opportunities and pitching and winning business in a virtual environment? Have you figured out any tricks, things that have worked especially well that you can share?
I'll start. I think one of the silver linings of this environment that we're living in that's virtual is obviously, everybody's been at home. So I think a lot of the relationships that if someone you knew casually, but you wanted to deepen that relationship, even if there was somebody who by reputation or they're working with a company or brand that you wanted to get in with, and to Brett's point, just sort of before you go for the ask, show the value that you can add or what your, expertise is. What I have found is this year that has never been easier or more accessible. I shouldn't say easy, I should say more accessible, because people are home. And I also think people were more receptive to what new talent might be saying. I think as companies looked at their budgets, maybe contracting, looking at, how the business is responding to COVID conditions, they were interested maybe in talking to new resources. So I found that was one of the greatest silver linings as a way to expand my network with marketing decision makers. Like, you don't have to sort of go through these long drawn out processes. You get to build a relationship, show some value, meet virtually. I think the virtual coffees and the Zooms and the team, meetings, things like that have really worked wonders, because then when budgets expanded or reopened or opportunities abounded, you're in the consideration set where, maybe this time last year, a field of agencies might have been in the consideration set. So I think that has been something that that is so specific to this year, and we can't roll that back. We are really relating to people more this way, and it's been useful for me.
Mm-hmm. It strikes me that this year we've benefited, if we can say that, from sort of a leveling of the playing field, because the dog and pony shows, the fancy graphics, the fireworks, the audio visual stuff that ordinarily we might drag into a boardroom to present isn't happening now. So it's there's kind of this equalizer that I think is lifting all boats, because it's focusing the discussions that much more on the ideas and the intellect. Brett, what do you have?
Yeah, I'll start off. I am a person who likes to be in the room. If this was a conference, I'd like to walk. So those are obstacles, and that depends on style. But 2 things. One, it's creative efficiency. I did a new business presentation this morning. I typically would then be in an airport and then on a flight for the next couple hours. So you're able to do more. But I think a good point was brought up. You have to always look at the environment and see where the opportunity is. We have an SEO offering, and there's more direct-to-consumer sales than ever before. So that's something we could amplify more in the environment. So it was a valid point earlier. There's always a silver lining. What's the opportunity that goes back to that tip of the spear that can get you into a conversation, which you should be doing every day?
Sure. Ken?
Yeah. Well, I want to reiterate one thing Brett said, because it was so important. You don't have to think of it as selling. You think of it as relationship building, and you think about it as bringing value and sharing knowledge. And so when you call a prospect or email a prospect, whatever, and say, we've studied these upcoming trends that are going to affect your demographic and your target and your industry, how soon can we do a Zoom call to share with you? They're going to say, yesterday. Of course they want that knowledge. Of course they're happy to hear from you. So they're starting to experience what it's like to have you as their agency. So really formidable strategy. I think the other thing is everybody needs help now. Everybody needs help figuring this out. They may not have the budgets they had before. They may not have the same needs. It may be different industries you're targeting, or you may be using or focusing more on practice area A, C, and D than B, E, and F. So what? If you know you're there to help them succeed, you can leverage that. And so, for many agencies and soloists, there's this discomfort with selling. Great. Don't think about it as selling. Think of it as, why did I get in this business? What do I love to do? What do I love to do for my clients? I love to help them succeed in business. I love to help them through a crisis, in your case, John. I love to help them build their reputation. And if you think about that, you're going to be very comfortable, I think, reaching out and having these meetings and sharing your knowledge. It can be a very pleasurable experience. You just have to be really smart about it, I think.
So it's really all in the head, all in the mindset. Let's shift gears to the topic that Cheryl teed up in her introduction, and that is how important is organic growth compared to external growth, and how do you divide your attention? Is there some magic ratio of where you should be putting your focus, and how do you determine that? Ken?
Well, it's easier, when I work with clients, we determine what the desired number is. We set up then we call it an ambitious goal and then a stretch goal, because the stretch goal will stretch you, right? If you could make it all through existing clients, why not? Now, the chances are you can't, but if you can do it that way, so there's not one percentage or one number. I think you have to look at your roster of clients and, don't do this for everyone. Look at the clients that when you've gone to them in the past and you've said, we've got some great new ideas. It's a new initiative. It's a new endeavor. If they say, oh, can you do within the existing budget? Those are not the ones you do this for. But I think right? And all your clients. The ones that have been open. The ones that you sense may have the resources if you've got great new thinking and great new channels they haven't tapped yet. So you can be choiceful and should be choiceful about whom you do it for. But I think coming into the year, depending on when your accounts begin and end, 3-4 months in, you should be, maybe 5 months, you should be doing brainstorms saying, what kind of issues is this client facing that we are not managing yet, or that they're handling and maybe not very well, or some other agency is? We could do a better job. Have those brainstorms. And again, when you call the client and start with, we've been thinking a lot about you. We've been thinking about those issues you've mentioned. We've got some ideas. When can we do a Zoom call? And they'll say yesterday. That I think that will happen again.
Hey, sure. What do you think?
What Ken was saying is, of course, organic is easier, but you got to be disciplined enough to go and give them that unsolicited idea. And we all get caught up in the madness of every day, but every quarter are you coming up with that unsolicited idea. The other thing I'll add, which is just one step removed, is that people that have worked with you or your company at some point, you're going to have a higher close rate. I know that people that have had positive experience either as employees or past clients, we close at about 20% higher. So it's always, hey, are we going back to that database? Are we touching base with them? I mean, I even periodically download my LinkedIn, all my contacts, into an Excel sheet and say, when was the last time I got in contact with all these people? Because people forget, you lose touch, especially in this environment. And sometimes it is a frequency game and being in front of them at the right time in the right place.
I think what both of you guys said is square on. I think the only thing I would add is you got to remember also, clients move around too. I've got a client that I've worked with. He's been the CMO at 3 different companies over the past sort of 20 years, and we've worked together in 3 different iterations, and may work together again in the future. So it is important to look outside of your immediate day-to-day client, particularly if you're working with a matrixed organization, because your day-to-day client may have other solutions, may have other challenges that you can provide a solution to, or they may be the best referral to a colleague in another division. And since you're a proven entity, it might be a place where you can maybe get, if not an easy win, sort of a quicker road to that win. But I think it's so important because you might have a great, solid account relationship with your day-to-day client, but a colleague may move on to another organization that provides you with an open door too. So think about these relationships in a matrix and how you're really caring and feeding them for the long term, not just transactional.
Can I build 2 little builds on what my esteemed co-panelist said? To Brett's point, you've got to have an active CRM, and you've got to have it set up in a way, ideally, that you get a reminder or a tickler. Hey, you haven't sent an email to so-and-so in 3 months. It's time, because if you think about anybody leading biz dev, you've got a ton of contacts. You've been doing this a while. Having a good CRM system that will remind you can be very important. And to reinforce something Cheryl said, this is a business of relationships, and you have related to various clients and helped them through PR and marketing and business issues, probably over a number of years. So keeping up those relationships, it's not the account, it's the person. So when people move on, new opportunity.
Right. Cheryl, let me start with you. Is there a particular new business experience, opportunity, pitch, meeting, whatever, either earlier in your career or over the last 9 roller coaster months that, stand out for you as having taught you a key lesson, either a eureka moment that influenced your entire approach to business development henceforth, or made you vow never, ever to do something ever again? What stands out for you?
There are many. I think you learn something in all of these experiences. I think the minute it becomes too rote, maybe, that's when you're maybe not applying your full creativity. But I do remember a pitch. It wasn't, actually, it was a lesson that I learned very early in my career about really studying who is going to be in that pitch. We've all been in those big sort of all agency shootouts, and there's multiple agencies you're seeing. They schedule them back to back to back, and there's 10, 20 or more people on the prospect side who's receiving your presentation. You want to stand out. You're one in a long line. And you might not have a relationship with everybody who's on that receiving end of the presentation. You might have talked with procurement. You might have talked with 1 or 2 people, on the comms or the brand side. One lesson I learned earlier in my career that I still do apply is to find those sort of common denominators with sort of the person, not just what they do, but and social media helps us do this very well now. Take a look at their social media profiles. Take a look at if they've been writing or publishing or speaking. Take a look at those things that are in the public sector of what are their interests, and really play to that in your remarks or in your approach. So I remember many, many years ago, and I still do this to this day. I remember many years ago pitching to a CPG company, and it turns out that the brand director, she was like a pretty advanced home chef, like somebody who did it competitively. Like, she cooked for her family, but she kind of was in local competitions for it. Like, it was a really big thing. And she happened to work for a CPG company on the food side. So it worked out well for her. So that, I don't compete in competitions, but I love to cook as well. And it just became a nice talking point for us during the course of that truncated process of an RFP, where you've got many meetings and Q&As and things like that. It was just sort of a bond that we built up over the course of the conversation. Granted, the team has to be giving the right thinking, strategically answering the brief, proving that they can do the work and do it in excellence. But if it comes toe to toe on something, that question does arise. Do I want to sit across the table from this person when we're on the road traveling? Do I want to, be in a crisis or in issues with this person? Do we have other things to talk about outside of this? And so I do think if you can do that, it gives you a leg up, and frankly, it helps you enjoy the process that much more.
Yep, we are coming up on a stop. We have time for one more answer. And then I'm curious because I've heard some of your new experiences, and so is there something you could share with us? Extra points if it involves the Wonder Bra.
No, oh boy, that came up, huh? Okay. So I think the thing is that numbers are your friends. Set your numbers, set your ambitious goals for the year, then set the quarterly goals. And then every month, go in and say, by the end of the first month, am I roughly 1/3 there? And if I'm not, how am I going to use the next month? And so on. So numbers are your friends. Don't be afraid of them. And every month, check in on your biz dev tactics and say, what's working? Should I do more of it? What's not working, but maybe if I tweak, it will. What's not working? And I think we'll give it another month and then we're done. And what new things do I need to do? Just like you might in a PR or marketing initiative. So it does take tremendous discipline. It really takes discipline, but to the points that have been raised, it is a people business. It is a relationship business. And amazingly, you can enjoy business development. I really think you can.
Sure. And we do have one question that came in. It's directed to Cheryl, and it ties into what you were saying just a minute ago about really doing your homework and understanding who you're talking to in the room. How do you find the decision makers that you want to meet with, that you'd like to meet with?
Sure. If you're going through one of the very formal RFP processes, usually the prospect will tell you who it is. That often this information is listed in the brief because they want you to know in advance who are the different, stakeholders who you would be interfacing with. So that makes it easy. If you're doing something more in a cold call fashion, there are ways that you can use the trades, the titles and the names of the people who work at the companies or the brands you want to target. Usually they might have been quoted when they were given their role. That might have been in the trade, so you can find them there. Or LinkedIn, that's probably like the easiest place to look. And if you don't have a direct relationship already, search for the company you like and then search people. You will see the different titles and the different folks who you might want to reach, and then you can reach out from there. So usually this information is in the public realm. Of course, there are paid services and business development services that exist out there that agencies and individuals can subscribe to, where they give you a list of all of the different title holders at different companies. They might even give you analytics on what they're spending over a year and things like that, if you have that kind of investment available for new business. But some of this information you can find for free, but it will take you the time and the effort to do the homework. There's no shortcuts to that.
Right. We are out of time, I'm afraid. I want to say a hearty thank you to our panelists for sharing your insight. We could go on for another 2 hours. Shakira, thank you for hosting and for all you do for the chapter and for these events. And thanks to all of you at home for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PRSA New J Hot List 2021. We've had an exciting and dynamic day. I've been checking in with some more comments coming in from Hobson and also ones coming in from Facebook. If you're tuning in on Facebook, please be sure to share and keep those comments going and hop in. Now, all of these panels today have been wonderful. But I have to admit, I've kind of been looking forward to this one. If you know me, you know I love events. not only just PR, strategic communication, but it's something about creating experiences that really move and impact people and have a great ROI that touch my spirit and touch my soul. And they're just fun. So I have really assembled here an all-star team. Really, I'm pretty confident that if the three of these ladies and me were tasked to do any event, we would knock it out of the park, like for real, for real. So without further ado, I will start to bring these wonderful ladies in for what's hot in meeting and events. So our first guest is Miss Yvonne McNair.
Hi.
Chief Experience Officer and founder of Captivate Marketing Group. Our next is Miss Liz Layton, certified media planner and CEO of Hot Dokimazo.
Oh, close. Dokimazo.
Oh. And I was practicing so hard. And our last attendee, we have Miss Alex Casalaro, Director of CBS Live.
Hi.
Thank you so much, ladies, for joining. PR and events to me go hand in hand. But before we get started, why don't each of you ladies just take about 30 seconds to tell me all about your background and your great event experience. And Yvonne, we'll start with you, and you're on mute.
Yes, I know. So today they decided to do construction outside. So that's why I'm muting. But at any rate, so yes, Yvonne McNair, my company is Captivate Marketing Group. I've been producing events for 20 years, mainly in the entertainment space. So I do a lot of concerts, festivals, award shows, etc. And that's about it in 30 seconds.
Okay. Did you say Emmy nominated? Did you say that?
I did not. I did not, but you did. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Liz.
Hi, I'm Liz Lathan, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Hot Dokimazo. Dokimazo is the Greek word for to try or prove that something is genuine. And hot is fashionably elegant or high class, which I'm really not, but it's a really fun thing to say. My background is all corporate, Dell, IBM, managing global events and creating large user conferences. And then we created this company in 2018 to bring shared experiences anchored in conversation to create genuine connection, which has been incredible for a virtual world, but it's way more fun in person. So let's get back to that.
Okay, and Alex.
Yes, hi. My name's Alex Casalaro. I'm a director at Viacom CBS on the live experiential team. Definitely yearning to get back to in-person, but my team is really responsible for working hand in hand with our sales and marketing counterparts internally to sell sponsorships and activation and programs at all of Viacom CBS events and experiences. So everything from the VMAs to the Super Bowl, my team really has a hand in. So excited to be here today.
All right, well, let's get right to it. So starting out, public relations, events, and marketing go hand in hand. Why do you think that's the case, and how can we use this to our advantage?
So I would say that I think it's all about hitting your prospects and customers at the right point in the buyer's journey. So events can be for the awareness and discovery phase, or demand gen, or learn and try, or that post-sale loyalty or training phase. So where PR is going to fit in for awareness or for specific activities, pairing that with events, that's exactly why they go hand in hand. We're bringing people together for that shared experience is what it's all about.
Yeah, and in my world, I mean, working obviously at a huge corporation that has some really iconic, IP and properties and events and experiences that are really, really well known. I mean, for me, you can't have a successful event or a successful marketing campaign or successful anything without all of those things working together and working together successfully, right? So we can't promote the event without great PR and press and media coverage. We obviously have to have a, insane marketing campaign across all of our platforms and, other platforms and partnerships in that way to get word out and obviously drive tune in, especially for, our big award shows and our tent poles. and then to obviously then put on a great event. So for me, they all go hand in hand because they need to if you want to build something successful, whatever that is.
And I'll just add, because I agree with, everything Alex and Liz said, but I mean, oftentimes I've gone to events and I wonder, where are the people? And so that means that they miss the mark in terms of media and marketing. So absolutely, it goes hand in hand that you have to have a good marketing and press strategy when you are putting your plan together for your event.
So one of the things that I think that, everyone here on this call did well is that we pivoted very quickly this year. I don't even know if the word is pivoted, it's evolved, it's innovated, whatever you want to call it, but we're able to do that really quickly and almost, it seemed like seamlessly and easily. I'll have Yvonne, you to start with this. If you could just share one event that you did in person last year that you did virtually this year, and what did you actually do to enhance the event and even drive more engagement this year?
Sure, absolutely. Again, I'm so sorry about the construction, but I did Essence Music Festival, and Essence Music Festival was live last year. And so we had to translate that to virtual in a short time. And so what we did is we actually were able to expand it by offering more panel discussions, more. We broke it into 2 weekends as opposed to 1 weekend. So we had shows that ran on one Saturday each weekend, back to back. So that's what we translated into virtual world. And it went over very well because a lot of people who had never gone to Essence Festival and couldn't afford to go to Essence Festival were able to tap in and get a feel for what it's like. Obviously, different world virtually, but they were able to get a sense of what it's like.
Right. And if, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were doing some things live and some things pre-recorded, or how did you actually create that experience?
Sure, we did. We pre-recorded a lot of the panel discussions, the actual performances we shot. We recorded them and shot them in empty venues. And then we also used a live stream studio. So our host, which was Lonnie Love, and then our DJ, D-Nice, were in the live stream studio throwing to the different elements, the pre-recorded content and the performances.
And did you have D-Nice before or after he went viral?
I did. I had him before. D-Nice and I, we've been friends forever, and I've used him for all of my events. So yes, I did have him before. So he's been at Essence Festival the past 3-4 years.
Okay, awesome. All right, so Alex, tell us about the VMAs, which obviously looks very different. And when we met, I think you were actually in the middle of planning the VMAs. That's how we even kind of connected. So just tell us about what that experience was from last year to this year.
Yes, I think I sort of blacked out the month of August, even though I was sitting at home in my, childhood bedroom. But yes, so the VMAs were an in-person, obviously huge award show, super iconic to, Viacom and the MTV brand, been around forever. Everyone knows and loves them, and sort of has an expectation of what they're going to see, when they tune into the VMAs every year. So last year they were in person in New Jersey at the Prudential Center. And then obviously this year we did pivot. We pivoted into a totally pre-recorded, tentpole experience that, was not only a huge risk, I would say, internally, just from a Viacom brand perspective. I think just being sort of at the forefront of the media industry and world, and obviously, being and working on the property being like the VMAs and how iconic it is, there was a lot of pressure to make sure that we didn't lose the integrity of it and that people were still really excited to tune in, even though we knew it was going to look and, feel really different. So similar to Essence, I mean, obviously it was not, there wasn't much happening on the ground physically like a festival would have had, but we did pre-record a lot of it. We worked with a lot of really cool studio and stage, vendors and companies out in LA and across the country to make sure that we could get talent, there. Obviously, when you watch VMAs, you're looking for big celebrities and stars. So we also had to, really be cognizant of where we were filming things to make sure that we could actually get the talent to these stages and, do it all safely. So definitely had to pivot in a lot of different ways. But I think, we tapped into some, great technology, which I think was really cool. If you watched, you saw that it was on this really incredible XR stage with, live footage of fans at home that made it look like they were sort of actually in this, a totally virtual New York City, almost post-apocalyptic type landscape. We had a great host. And, from a sponsorship perspective, we had great success, even though we were in this new sort of model and format. A ton of our sponsors still came on board that were on board and have been on board for years and really, wanted to work with us and sort of venture into this new space, which was exciting. It was definitely a challenge, which is why I don't remember half of it, but it was a success nonetheless. And I think we were all very, really, really, really proud of the work.
Awesome. So Liz, one of the things that I really would like you to share is your perspective from what it was like doing events pre and post COVID. So Alex, Yvonne, and myself, we're all on the East Coast, and you're actually hailing from Texas, correct?
Correct.
So we've been pretty much on lockdown. We had some events that were scheduled in March that we immediately were pretty much told that we couldn't have. And then I would go on my Instagram and it seemed like the rest of the country was partying like it was 1999. So I was just like, what is happening? Because we can't even go outside. So Liz, why don't you maybe just share a bit about, even though you didn't maybe have some of the same restrictions initially, what those restrictions may have been and how your company really was able to rise to the challenge.
Yeah, we also own a music venue in North Austin. And so that obviously got shut down. We were supposed to have some events there around South by Southwest, which was the week that the world shut down. So we are lucky enough to be next to a very large multi-acre lot. So we started doing outdoor events immediately instead of inside the venue. Our venue is pretty indoor outdoor anyway, so we have that going for us, but being able to just put more like a big festival on the field. We had initially just some attendance restrictions by the local government. And so we could only have no more than 500 people on a field that last fall had 6,000 people on it. So it was very spread out, everyone wearing masks from the staff side. And then harder restrictions went in place and we couldn't have gatherings of more than 10 people. So everything got shut down completely. What loosened back up for us were the ways we were able to do things and get approval. So what we're doing now are those drive-in concerts where you are given 3 parking spaces basically, and you put your car in one, you have one for your camp chairs, and you have one between you. So we can get more people approved to come in. The food and the drinks get delivered straight to your car if it's not a BYOB. So people here, it's just thanks to the wonderful weather. I mean, it's December and it's just sunny and beautiful and fabulous here. We're still able to do some of those outdoor things and get through it. As we start to look into a little bit colder months outside of Texas, then I think that's where we're going to have some challenges and see people trying to get creative. I'm very concerned about some of the solutions I see, which are little igloos and little things people are creating. Those don't seem like the most awesome solution to me because now you're confining people in a small space with recirculated air, which is where the problem comes in again. So I think we just need to be cognizant of what we're doing, do a little bit more takeout, wear our masks when we go places, and just be cautious.
Now, Liz, you touched on something that's really important, and whether you're having a small event or a large event, it's just what are the protocols we have around COVID-19 and us doing the events? Because even though attendees may be able to be virtual, there still is times when the staff and the crew still have to be in person. So for example, we did an event 2 weeks ago that typically is done in a corporate headquarters. It has about 500 plus people. This year, of course, none of that. We did it instead in the client's headquarters, but it was just a team of about 10 people and really spread out in different conference rooms, assistants in different conference rooms, and then even limiting the amount of people who could be with the talent at any time. And then, of course, we had like a COVID table and we did temperature checks. And then even there were folks who were supposed to fly in, but because of hotspots and things of that nature, they weren't able to do so. So if any of you ladies have had experience with still having to work with crew and not being able to do it from your home, I know we're able to do a lot from home, but what are the procedures that you put in place that maybe some of the attendees that are watching can look to as they're doing events at their companies?
So I can start with this one. So yeah, for some of my events like Essence Festival and like when I did Add Color, we were in the control room that we use in Brooklyn. And so, yeah, it was a scaled down crew. We did do some rapid COVID testing. We did temperature checks. Everyone was socially distanced. And then people just couldn't, normally where people would travel with their crews or, have other people with them, we kept it really tight and had real strict restrictions on how many people could actually be on site. So yeah, that's what we've been doing for any of the smaller live component that I have with my events.
We have a studio and we go through similar protocols. So when we bring people in to do some of those remotes, then it is, masks in certain areas, people away and distanced and cleansed in the area where the studio on camera is. So all of those things you do have to take into consideration.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry, at Viacom, I mean, again, being just a massive company, and them not wanting any liability or risk for anyone that we're working with internally or externally, or, a big press headline. We actually have an internal COVID task force that is responsible for vetting, approving, looking at every single pitch, idea, anything related to an event on the ground, any type of production set for any of our shows. And, someone like our team needs to go through them and probably numerous times to get, any sort of plan approved. And it all depends on, they need every piece of information possible. So it's a little bit tricky in our business, as I'm sure Yvonne and Liz can attest to. Like, you don't always know how many people are going to be there and the exact location and how many hours you're going to need and all of the actual production logistics. And this team wants to see all of that before they even, take a look at the brief to have an idea of what you're trying to do. So that's definitely been a challenge, but we do have, everything that Liz and Yvonne mentioned in place, plus this massive task force dedicated to just approving things on the ground.
That's incredible. From an attendee standpoint, I will say, of the in-person events that some of our colleagues have participated in, they've said they're not concerned about the protocols and the staff and the venue. All of those things are being followed. The scary part is the other attendees, because when the music comes up and the masks come off to eat and drink, then people get a little bit careless about how close they're being and how loud they're talking and how things are spreading. We did hear an amazing example of one event that brought that self-policing into the forefront with a little bit of fun by having the staff, the police, kind of dress up as referees with a yellow card and a red card. So as you start seeing people do these things, you can yellow card them. Then when you have that vendor prospect relationship, the vendor doesn't feel really nervous telling a prospect to put their mask on. They can kind of do the, watch out for those referees thing and make it feel a little bit more fun and keep the attendees in check.
Right. And then that leads to really the big question. Do we think there will be events large scale in 2021? Yes or no? If you think they will return, in what form?
I do think that they're going, I don't want to say large scale, but I do think live events are going to come back next year. And I think they're going to be very different. I think that we're going to have to follow protocols. I know even like Ticketmaster is putting some solutions in place to get concerts going. But for me, for 2021, I'm looking at a lot of hybrid events. So still, incorporating the virtual component. But I do think that we'll see some live, mainly third or fourth quarter. That's what I'm really thinking.
Agreed. Most of our clients are saying that third quarter is the earliest that they're considering doing anything in person. I think consumer events will come back first as people look to get out and do concerts and have some fun things. I know our concert venue is technically supposed to open from renovations in March or April of next year, and we're very much hoping we can bring back those indoor-outdoor kind of experiences. From a professional side, I'm very interested to watch the healthcare industry, knowing that they're going to be the first to get vaccinated. I'm curious, as their training is so important, will they be the first to come back to conferences? So my eye is to them.
Wow. We could have this conversation for a whole 30 more minutes, because even part of my questioning is speaking to those conferences, right? For our sports and entertainment panel that's coming up, I was speaking with one of the reps, and they were just talking about how, they do a lot of in golf, and how, the big golfing conferences and things haven't been taking place. And how do we get sponsors to come back next year, or vendor or brands to come back and pay and invest the money to actually do these expos, which can be quite pricey. So that's a question, but I don't think we're going to be able to get to that. So here we are. As the event industry is reimagined, what are some recent trends you hope are here to stay?
I mean, I think and I hope that a lot of large scale events moving forward, even if they're happening, in person and in real life, do include some sort of virtual or sort of digital extension. I think it's going to be really cool to see how, a Coachella or something really big that, might not be something that everyone can attend just because of location or travel or not wanting to travel quite yet, can still engage with, at home or wherever they are. I think it's going to be cool to see just sort of how those big festivals and some, really big and iconic events, have that additional layer of engagement and make it sort of just more welcoming and all-encompassing for people no matter where they are. And I hope that stays, because I think that there's something really cool just about, extending it and extending your reach and being able to bring in different audiences from, all over the world potentially.
I agree with you completely. I mean, I did the Ad Color Conference, which would normally get 1,500 people, and we had over 100,000 people tune in. So I definitely think that that's here to stay. I know I'm going to keep it, so it's here to stay for me. Because to your point, Alex, it really does just extend your reach so much. I mean, we went global. And so, I think that that's critical that you can extend your reach in that way by incorporating the live and the hybrid, in the virtual component.
And I'm going to take the opposite approach and say that in the B2B world, I think events had anchored so much on one-to-many, even in person, with giant keynotes, too many breakout sessions, and not enough time for people to connect. And what we experienced more than anything in 2020 was too many broadcasts and too few connecting moments. And so I really hope that we will turn into that, bringing connection back. I think people are so starved to network that when we get back to live, we're really going to get around people again.
Absolutely. All right. So I have some rapid fire questions that I did not send y'all in advance. So here we go. It's easy. All right. Buffet, plated, or passed?
Plated.
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 Passed. Okay. Virtual or in person?
In person.
Well, in person, yeah.
Really?
Oh, I got to do both. I can't pick one over the other, because we've had amazing virtual experiences that we could have never had in person in some instances. So, yeah.
My vote's with you, Liz. I'm gonna say both.
I didn't know both was an option, so I'm going to answer to both.
So
Thank you, Liz.
Okay. Large scale or intimate?
Large scale.
Intimate.
Both. No. Personally, I'm a huge music fan, so I love festivals and I love the sort of energy that comes with that. But to Liz's point earlier, I am craving connections, even if it's one-on-one with a friend right now. So I'm sort of yearning for in person in any way, whether it be big or small.
Good answer.
Okay. Besides New Jersey, what is the best city to host an event?
Austin, Texas.
I was going to say, is New Jersey one? Okay.
We're not going to do this live.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. We're not going to do this live. You just heard Alex say they had the VMAs here in New Jersey. They had the Super Bowl here in New Jersey. Okay, thank you.
I'll say LA.
Okay.
I think LA, just because I know it so well and I've done so many there, and the weather's always great. So
yeah.
Okay, best event swag.
Ooh.
In person or virtual?
Both.
Ooh, okay.
I do love these at-home boxes that we're sending and receiving. I do really love that. If we do this event next year, we will do that, because I really do love it.
I've been getting some good stuff while I'm at home. Like somebody sent me a Google Nest, but I know I was like, whoa. But I like a good baseball hat, because I wear a baseball hat when I'm working. So I'm always, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think anything like technology-wise is really cool if you're, bougie like that and getting stuff like that in the mail. But I also think a good t-shirt, and honestly, if you have a great logo and a great style guide and great design, a good t-shirt or any sort of merch type apparel, I think is always really fun.
Yeah, I used to work at IBM, and they did the long sleeve t-shirts, being so anchored in the Northeast. And I thought it was weird at first because I'm from Austin, but oh my gosh, I love the long sleeve t-shirt. No one does that. It's so great.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe that should be my client gear.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. And last one, live band or DJ?
Live band.
Oh, live band.
It depends, but I mean, I like a DJ personally. And
I will say, if there was one, like a virtual event thing that you could do to kind of kick anything up, a DJ. A DJ's pretty good.
Nice.
Well, ladies, our time has come to an end.
Wow, that was quick.
That was really quick.
Great.
That was quick. What fun.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for saying yes. Thank you for leaning in to collaboration. Thank you for leading with kindness. And thank you for operating in grace. So thank you so much, ladies, for your time and your talents. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you, ladies.
You too.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ari Edelman. I'm with Mastro Communications, a sports specialty PR and marketing communications agency. We've been the PGA of America's agency for the past 16 years. We represent RWJ Barnabas Health's corporate partnerships division, and I've had the opportunity to work with many athletes and brands in sports and other business sectors on a local and national level for the past 20 plus years. It's my privilege to lead this sports and entertainment panel today. Like all of us, the experts have all endured a unique set of challenges, in 2020. And this is an opportunity for them to share how they adapted, how they communicated with key stakeholders, and of course, the outlook for 2021. I'm going to do some quick intros and then we'll get into it. Minor League Baseball represents the heartbeat of our community. Our first panelist is the president and general manager of the Somerset Patriots, one of the most accomplished minor league operations over the last 20 years. He's been with the Patriots since 1998, and he leads their day-to-day business operations. And we talk about hot list. What's hotter than the recent news that the Somerset Patriots are now the AA affiliate for the New York Yankees? So please welcome, I can't wait to dive into that one. Please welcome Patrick McVeary.
Hi, Ari. Thank you so much for having me. That was a great introduction. I'm excited to talk about it. And we are so excited here at the Patriots. And there's a lot going on here, and we're excited to share it.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Patrick. Let's move on now. Exciting times to be associated with Rutgers athletics. I'm sure we have many RU fans here today. Wow, Coach Iano's back at the helm. The basketball team is coming off its best season in years. The Rock's been racking. The team, they're in the top 25. It's been unbelievable. And then bam, everything was shut down due to COVID. Thankfully, right now we're back. Some sports are back in action. Our next panelist, he's the general manager of Rutgers Sports Properties, a division of IMG Learfield Sports, which is the sports marketing arm for Rutgers Athletics. Ryan Gates.
Harry, thank you so much for having me. Pleasure to be here. Of course, everything's pulling in the right direction, Rutgers Athletics, and we just can't be in the stands to enjoy it.
Thanks, Ryan. Look forward to diving into some topics. So now, after the shutdown, golf was one of the first sports that was deemed acceptable to play. It's outdoors. You can social distance. And the industry more recently has seen a huge surge. Equipment sales, round plates, everything is on the rise. So we're thankful for that. You can get outside, you can exercise. The PGA of America, which is broken up into 41 sections nationwide with 29,000 PGA club professionals that are stewards of the game at the grassroots level. And we've got the executive director of the New Jersey the New Jersey Golf Foundation, which is the charitable arm of the New Jersey PGA section. And Chris Hunt, who just popped on the screen, he's committed. They deliver programming for youth, military, and individuals with special needs, an incredible operation. And the programming there is fantastic as we look to grow this game and get more people involved and get them active and get them outside. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you very, very much, Harry. We're excited. The foundation's the charitable arm of the New Jersey PGA, as you mentioned, and it's the first week of December, and tee times are still booked at many of the clubs. So it's kind of weird that the golf industry is doing well, and I'm sure we'll dive into that a little more. But thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Patrick, I'm going to start with you. Minor League Baseball, it's known for family entertainment. Players, coaches, mascots they're out in the community. On-site activations are the centerpiece. How did you pivot, modify your operations earlier this year? We're taking a step back a little bit. Yep. And, modify your operations and your communications with no fans or no real game day experience.
Yeah, listen, I mean, this pandemic hit in March, so we were just about a month or so away from opening up the ballpark. But we were ready to go. We were ready to have, our 5,500 fans per game for 70 home games and have a great season. Everything was pointing in that direction. Obviously, the pandemic changed things. So our goal, I think, initially was obviously just making sure we keep in touch with our fans, and that's via social media. We created something called Facebook Lives where we interview our players that were signed on for the season. Myself, the manager, just talking about the season again, and have our fans ask questions. So they had that kind of point of contact with the players. It kept them excited about the season. And there was a point in June where we realized the league was not going to play. So we had to kind of come up with alternative kind of events. So we had things such as on the field movies. Once the quarantine was lifted, we could have a minimum of 450 fans in the ballpark. We had movies on the field. We hosted graduations. And we did a bunch of other events, everything from dance recitals to karate demonstrations to memorials to just about everything you could think of. Because one thing this ballpark did provide was the ability to have social distancing. And at a 6,000 seat ballpark, and you're talking about a max of no more than 450 people, it's easy to social distance. So at some point in mid-June, we created our own baseball series. After the league had canceled the season, we basically held a tryout, and we had our players from local places in New Jersey, and it was a lot of fun. We played 13 games, pretty much 2 a weekend, and we had a 1-game playoff. And so we were able to have professional baseball, but did we make money on it? No. But our goal the entire time was to engage our fans, keep ourselves relevant, and give back. We raised money throughout this process of over $20,000 for the local hospital's emergency relief fund. And with that, I think, we showed our community that we're there for them. And that's the number one goal here.
You're bang on there. Embracing the community, giving back, and really immersing yourself. I think that's that's a huge part of it. Ryan, let's move over to you. Go back to March. It's March Madness time. We're preparing the hoops. They're preparing for an NCAA tournament, like I said, and then it's like, bam, everything is shut down. What were some of your initial challenges? How did you adjust? And you know what? Throughout this pandemic, how have you utilized your student athletes and your coaches?
Well, if you go back for Rutgers basketball, we were actually at the Big Ten tournament. So I was in Indianapolis the night before Rutgers was set to play Michigan. If folks recall, Indiana was playing Nebraska, and Nebraska's coach had to leave the game early because he was having issues with, it turns out, COVID. That was the night that Tom Hanks, learned he had COVID, and the NBA shut down. And so it was almost like a day where sports started to stand still. And, in that moment, I think we all thought, okay, maybe this is a couple weeks. We didn't realize. So at first it was, we were communicating to our partners, more of a mass communication of this is what's going on. March Madness didn't happen. That got canceled. Then it was a spring game for football. At that point, we realized it was not going to be a normal year. So, while we were communicating with partners, it became very intentional. We just started leaning into those relationships, and it was about picking up the phone and reaching out to all the partners, not to talk about the partnerships, but just how are you doing? How's your family doing? Your business doing? And so as time has gone on, now we sit back and it's been 8 months. Those conversations with partners, what was the case in May was different in August and different now. So, we've just we've really had to adjust, partnerships, really lean into our relationships. We've been very lucky with Rutgers football. We've gotten our games in, but, Minnesota in the Big Ten lost 2 home games in a row. We know Ohio State, there's a lot of talk of, them, if they lose another game, they're going to miss out on the Big Ten championship and then college football playoff. So it's been a very fluid 8 months in that sense. But early on, I'll tell you that the coaches, the student athletes, they've been great. When it's, we're in a global pandemic. And so they've really stepped into, their place in the community. So it's messaging about wearing a mask, about social distancing. So they've really done some great things. A lot of, videos that we've put online and social and digital. So really been able to leverage the power of Rutgers athletics there.
That's fantastic. Thanks for that answer there, Ryan. Chris, moving on to you. I never thought I'd be watching the Masters in November with no patrons walking Augusta National, but you know what? It happened, which is just, it's still, it's incredible to think about that. Let's go back. Golf again. As I said earlier, it was one of the first sports back. Just it naturally lends itself to social distancing. So while some sectors are thriving, there's still many challenges. From outings to club operations, tournaments, programs. What was the initial impact here in New Jersey, and how did you at the section, the foundation, the PGA professionals, and the clubs, how did you guys adapt?
Well, first and foremost, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank all of the PGA members and professionals at the clubs. Early on when we were shut down, it was kind of remarkable to see some of the photos being taken of head professionals at clubs on triplex mowers, mowing fairways, helping out the grounds crew in that first initial, I'd say first 2 to 3 weeks where we didn't know what was going on. But as you said, golf's an outdoor sport. The golf business realized early on that we can still provide to the members and the patrons and the public golfers of the state of New Jersey. And I saw a recent statistic that nationally 20 million rounds of golf were lost in the first couple weeks of the pandemic. And even with that, we're on pace here in the next couple weeks to be 50 million over projected numbers throughout the country. So golf is strong. I can't say enough for the staffs at the clubs that really every day provide the service that needs to be provided in an enjoyable sport. We saw more families golfing together when other youth sports were canceled or postponed. And, the country clubs and the golf facilities provide that outlet for families and for individuals to go and try to have some sort of a semblance of normalcy in the pandemic.
No, thank you. I'm familiar with a lot that's going on in the golf industry, and as you just said, I saw that same stat with rounds up, and it's really it's a good sign that we're getting people out again. Patrick, I'm going to going to turn it back to you now with this, with this exciting news here. You recently hosted a press conference, and really it was probably one of the biggest announcements in franchise history, the biggest, and you're now a AA affiliate for the New York Yankees, and you're trying to navigate planning this during a pandemic, and let's be honest, a recent surge. How did you go about this?
Yeah, well, first of all, we're so excited about this affiliation, and as you mentioned in my intro, I've been here since '98 and started the Atlantic League, the independent league of professional baseball back in '98, and it's been quite a journey. And we're very honored and humbled to be chosen by the Yankees, and frankly, a little surprised, but we are very honored. But we found that information, if you recall, on a Saturday. The story broke on a Friday night late, and then Saturday it kind of went public. So we had that press conference on a Tuesday. So we had relatively short time frame to organize it. We were blessed by a gorgeous November 75-degree day. So we were able to do it on the field in the ballpark. But we did limit the amount of people to no more than 300 in the ballpark. We made sure everybody wore a mask. We had sanitizing stations located throughout the ballpark. And then as they sat, they had to sit in a social distance way, which we had our ushers there to make sure they did that. On the field, we had Joe Torre here, John Sterling, Willie Randolph, and of course our own Sparky Lyle. We had to make sure that each of those chairs were separated with the 6 feet. Everybody wore a mask on the field. And the media were all separated in throughout the lower bowl of the ballpark and on the field. So it was interesting and different, but I thought we accomplished it. We had the benefit of hosting a lot of events here throughout the summer, so we kind of knew what we were doing. But once we got to the Q&A section, it became a little bit difficult because the media was all separated, kind of having to shout their questions. But I thought we accomplished what we wanted to. And it went out without a hitch. And in fact, that we pulled it together in just a few days and had the confidence of those guys like Sparky Lyle and Joe Torre, who, let's face it, they're in the upper age category and they have to be extra careful. And frankly, they don't really leave their house too much, or they shouldn't, because they're very careful during this pandemic. But when they were here, they felt very comfortable. And these guys are very used to signing autographs, taking pictures, and the fans wanted access. The fans that were there wanted access to him, but we had to prohibit that and make sure that we were extra careful. And again, it went off great. We're so proud of this partnership. It's going to be an amazing year. I can't wait to get back to some normalcy where we can just have some fun and have our mascot running around and kids on the field and running the bases and all that stuff. But it'll be here soon enough.
Yeah, no, that's great. And as you just said, you had to adapt. You adapted. You did it in a safe and responsible way. As we all know, it's the minor league baseball. It's about community, kids, autographs, all that stuff. You adapted. You were smart about it, and we look forward to getting back out to the ballpark. And I know everyone does. Especially with the Yankees now affiliated here.
Oh, yeah, the response has been overwhelming. It's only been a few weeks, and we've had just about 700 new season ticket deposits in the course of just a few weeks with very limited advertising with the pandemic. So it just shows you the excitement and that the local community has for the Yankees, or the state of New Jersey for that matter. I think we're going to broaden our horizons.
Fantastic. So Ryan, back to you now. This is 2020 in a nutshell, because we were on the phone last week. It was lunchtime. And you had told me the women's basketball game had just been canceled, and you still weren't sure if the men's game that evening was on. So we're, as you mentioned before, fluid. Yes, we're talking fluid, from a multimedia standpoint. When you're dealing with, Rutgers Communications, the Big Ten, broadcast partners, sponsors, how are you dealing with this in real time? And because it just keeps happening.
I think 2020, I think it's brought a lot of new terms and new things for all of us. Everyone watching and everyone, as part of this group. We're used to it not being a 9-to-5 job, and but this year more than anything, you just never, we're not used to a game being canceled on the fly and then having to figure out, where to go. And Yeah, you and I talked. It was supposed to be opening day for men and women. The women 50 minutes before tip learned there was an issue with the opposing team, so they had to. Well, at the moment, I don't even think I knew whether it was canceled or postponed yet. So then it was a question of, okay, was that visiting team in the arena already? Are the men going to be able to play? At the end of the day, it boils down to communication. I've been, early mornings, late nights with our network, our internal network team. It's talking to the radio stations. It's our radio talent. We've been lucky where we've only been home so far for basketball. But when we go on the road, whether it's Maryland, Ohio State coming up, can our radio talent travel? Do we have to do a Zoom where they're watching the game and calling the game from the road? So stuff that we just, 8 months ago never would have thought of. It's the Big Ten, so now there's no fans in there. We're getting creative, more different signage in the stadium and in the rack. But the Big Ten wants to have their say. So they want it to look a certain way and be in a certain place. And we've been lucky so far at Rutgers doing things as the Big Ten has requested. But for a couple schools, the Big Ten has reached out an hour before kickoff and told the school, I need you to take that sign down. I need you to take that sign down. And sometimes it's the television partner. So it's just a lot of communicating with the different groups. I've talked to, our radio talent, the network people more than I ever have in the past. The radio station, I think they thought I was holding out on them with the schedule, but we really didn't know. We were supposed to play Wagner 2 nights ago. Originally, that game was postponed. Then we got scheduled to go to Bubbleville up at Mckean Sun and play Oregon. Oregon had to pull out. Then there was talk of us going to play Baylor. That didn't happen. And then we ended up not having a game. So we're just moving these pieces around, and now we're playing ESPN2 on Tuesday against Syracuse, just hoping there's no issues, because I just learned this morning that Louisville is having issues, and they're supposed to play, I think, Penn State on Tuesday. So it's just, as you said it best, it's fluid. So communication is really the key.
I think that's the bottom line, and that's the theme here. Is just you've got to be open-minded. You almost have to over-communicate here, and you have to roll with it. So Chris, turning it back to you, and and the sport of golf, and as you just said, here in New Jersey, yes, it's fine. It's starting to get a little chilly now, but you've been able to get outside and play. The New Jersey Golf Foundation delivers just incredible programming for youth, for military veterans with disabilities, and for individuals with special needs. All just compelling storylines as we look to grow the sport and get individuals active. I mean, I think that's as important as anything from a health and wellness standpoint, getting people active again. So those programs, whether it's PGA Hope, PGA Junior League, Special Olympics Golf, what's happening with those programs, and kind of what's the forecast for 2021 here?
Well, for this year, we are very well known nationally from having one of the largest golf and programs in the country. So we have over 100,000 students K through 8 learning golf through their physical education classes in New Jersey. Their teachers are being taught by PGA professionals, and then PGA professionals come into the schools for VIP visits. That was instantly shut down in March, and that still really hasn't been decided on where we're going to go. I don't see that returning to somewhat of what we considered normal, maybe by the fall of next year. I really do think it might be 2022. As far as the PGA Hope, our flagship program with our veterans, that was delayed about 2 months. Once we picked it up and started in June, July, we ran that pretty strong right through a year-end event on Veterans Day. So that was great that we were able to reach out and still work with our veterans. Special Olympics golf in New Jersey is a fall sport, so we got lucky there that it wasn't a spring sport. We were able to get out and run, help Special Olympics New Jersey run their 3 state qualifiers instead of a state championship and having 3 local qualifiers. They had 3 individual state qualifiers, as well as a level 1 skills competition championship. So for all intents and purposes, the special needs pillar and our military pillars, we're able to run it somewhere between 80 and 90% capacity, which was great. And I think that's only going to increase next year for those two pillars. And we're going to find a way to work. PGA Junior League Golf under our youth pillar was very strong, although not every regional and national competition, they were really canceled. We were able to run a local championship and have really good numbers statewide. So again, we thank all of our professionals for helping out there and the instruction. And I really do want to thank two PGA members. Ryan Hager is the Director of Instruction at Plainfield Country Club, and Jeremy Eccles is a teaching professional, Youth Development Director at Fiddler's Elbow. And they were kind enough to run a series of online training tips that they share with the Special Olympics community to their golfers, unified partners, as well as coaches and staff members. So we were able to stay in touch and provide some instruction, even though we couldn't meet as regularly as we'd like to.
You know, that's a great point. And just the fact that, you know, being able to pivot and deliver content virtually, obviously what we're doing right now, you know, it's nice to see when everyone kind of steps up, you know, for that same cause and to champion that. And to that point, I mean, how are you guys? And I'm going to, Patrick, I'll throw it back to you. How are you utilizing kind of social and digital now? And you know, I'll throw in the other question. Are you preparing for a potential Aaron Judge rehab stint?
Yeah,
I hope not. We hope not. But for, yeah.
We'll see about that. I don't know if I'm hoping about it or not, but I think I am hoping a little bit. But listen, the whole Major League Baseball and minor league baseball arrangement is changing right now. So there's actually talk. Probably won't be happening this year or even next, but eventually the big league club will play an exhibition game against one of their affiliates. So we may actually have the Yankees playing here in Bridgewater at some point, which again, MLB is trying to increase brand awareness. So I think that would be really outstanding. So it wouldn't just be Aaron Judge, it'd be the entire Yankee team. But again, that could be down the road. But to prepare for that, a lot of that stuff is going to be new for us. And we've had situations where we actually had Ricky Henderson, one of the all-time greatest, play here, Tim Raines, Jose Canseco, and these guys. So we're kind of familiar with the big names and what happens with that. We really haven't had that current guy come through. So it'll be a little bit of a lesson that we have to kind of learn. I've been talking to some of the other affiliates and how they treat it, just additional security and stuff like that. But to answer your question on social and just keeping people engaged, and we literally send something out about the Yankees just about daily, 2 or 3 times a day, just to keep people excited and engaged about what is going on, especially with the holidays coming up. We're going to have a whole line of merchandise coming out, ticketing, and all that stuff. And now we just need a season. We need this pandemic to go away at some point as we hit that April, May, and June, which I think they're saying right now is a strong possibility. So we'll hope for the best and look forward to having a phenomenal summer.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we can get back in the ballpark, because I imagine as you're planning here, you're planning on different contingencies, limited capacity, so it makes it a unique planning situation where at the end of the day, it all goes back to making sure communication with different departments, different stakeholders, is always top of mind. That's great. Ryan, so let's talk. You referenced it earlier, the Rutgers spring game. I go back a couple of years, the football game, and it was a patient from Children's Specialized, had the longest TD run in Rutgers history. Right? I mean, it made a SportsCenter top 10. It was, just a memorable, magical moment. And that's what we look to capture. How can we capture those magical moments? Well, there's no spring game. How do we kind of replace those incredible experiences, without some of this on-site, call it activation?
It's been tougher. I think, we sit here and we're talking to 4 different boxes, but that's becoming a little bit more of the norm. And so we're looking at how can we get the players and the coaches to interact with, you talk about patients, doing something around the holidays, and just, where maybe it's not safe to bring, the basketball team into the hospital like we would have. setting up that Zoom so that those players can still interact with those kids at the holidays and put a smile on their face. So, those are the types of things that we're looking, how can we pivot to those and still bring that experience, albeit it's not the in-person experience that I think we're all hungry for.
No, it's anytime we can have a meaningful experience, that's huge. Last question, then I'm going to wrap it. Chris, and Shakira, you brought it up earlier, and we had talked about it. The PGA Merchandise Show takes place every year in Orlando. You have 40,000 industry leaders converge on, down there. It's really the mecca for business of golf. You've got new product launches. You've got, booths and education seminars. It is, Golf Channel has a studio on site down there. It's going to be virtual this year. So that's what we say. Obviously everyone has to adapt. What are your thoughts there? I mean, you're down there. How do you see this kind of playing out in a few words?
I really think it's just going to be, one of the things, as you well know from being down in Florida, you can get lost down there in all what's going on. So I think they'll be able to focus this virtually and go from a 4-day merchandise show to 1 day. But things are just going to change. I mean, I just got off the phone yesterday with the North Coast Golf Show, and all of their shows are canceled for 2021. I think they're in 5 or 6 states in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic region. So some of the things aren't going to come back, unfortunately. But if we keep working hard and we're able to do things like this and still network and provide content, we'll get through it.
Awesome. It's challenging. Maybe it'll open up some doors for some other folks to participate. Gentlemen, that's a wrap. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. Really, really interesting. And listen, I think we all hope that we can kind of get back out there as you guys are delivering the products and experiences, that we can get back on site and back to some normalcy, right, in 2021. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
The dreaded mute button of live events and meetings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Shakira Johnson. If you're just tuning in, for those who have been watching, thank you so much for spending your day with us or popping in and out. We're just going to have a quick takeaway and some remarks from our incoming president for PRSA New Jersey. Jamia, are you ready?
I am
You're
ready. I'm ready. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so very much for everyone who participated in today's event, as well as who attended and watched online. And Shakira, thank you so much for all the time that you put into planning such a wonderful event. I do apologize. I was not able to join throughout the day because I had a big, another live event, a webinar for a client today. So I totally understand how live events go, but I just appreciate you all for putting on this wonderful event for PRSA New Jersey. So thank you. And as Shakira mentioned, I am Jamia Kinsey Singleton. I am president-elect for PRSA New Jersey, and I am really looking forward to serving as president next year. I have some big shoes to fill after Anjelica Sena this year, but we have an amazing board and some awesome members. So I am excited to serve in the capacity for next year. And I know this was obviously an event today regarding trend reports, but also about member appreciation. And one of my main focus areas for 2021 will really be not only member recruitment, but a lot of times we spend so much time on getting new members, which is of course super important. But I also really want to make sure that we're looking at member retention and really getting a chance to know who our members are, PRSA New Jersey, and engaging them, making sure that we're getting volunteers for committees and events and all the wonderful activities that we're doing. So I'm just excited to be able to get a chance to meet all of our members and to learn from all of you all, and again, to just have you all get involved. I learned a long time ago that you really get a good return in terms of being a member of any organization when you get involved. And so as we look at the value proposition for PRSA and why we should all become members and what we get from it, I think that it's really important to get involved. So again, I'm looking forward to serve as your president for next year. And I just thank you all so very much for this opportunity to be able to come and just give a few remarks. And I'm excited to be able to see the video of this event so that I can go back and hear all of the great insights that were shared today. So thank you again, Shakira, for the opportunity to share some remarks with everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful day and weekend and holiday season. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely, Jen. Thank you for making yourself available in your busy day.
Absolutely.
We look forward to your leadership, and thank you for all that you've done. Actually, you won the Chapter Service Award this year. I don't think you mentioned that, but it was a job well done for really the work that you did with the diversity and inclusion panels. That it was really a series that ran throughout the year, and you did it with a mighty team, but you were really at the helm of that. So congratulations to that. Thank you for tuning in with us today. And
thank you. And just, I'm glad you mentioned, Shakira, one thing I do want to say, you mentioned the D&I committee, and we actually have our we did a series, as Shakira mentioned, of 5 D&I webinars, and we have our final one coming up on next Thursday, December 10th at noon. You can find out more information on our PRSA New Jersey website. It is around cultural competency and messaging. So we're going to round out our discussion on D&I for this year, and we look forward to continuing the conversations in 2021 as well. So sorry about that, Shakira. I wanted to make sure to get a plug in for that upcoming event. So thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. We should also plug volunteers, I'm thinking, too. We should also let people know that we're looking for volunteers. Please visit the expo area. You'll see booths for our sponsors as well as PRSA, and you can learn about our volunteer opportunities. And also you'll see some fun music and some other things in there as well. So please stop by there. There'll be some live networking coming up after our last panel. But Jamia, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. Happy holidays if I don't get to see you.
Same to you. Thanks a million. Take care, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, we have drawn to the close of our event. We are going to have our closing panel by our friends over at Talkwalker. It's been an amazing day. All of the panelists keep coming off and saying, oh my goodness, that was so fast. We wanted to talk more. We're having such a great time. And that was actually one of the strategies that we used is just, we know at this point, people are having a lot of maybe what they call Zoom fatigue and may just feel like they are being at their computer too much. So we wanted to give you information, a lot of value coming at you fast, just like so that you would want more, almost leave people at the edge of their seats. And just so you know, that's like a little event tip, you know, always have people leave people wanting a little bit more. So I am so pleased to announce our next talk, which is by my friends at Talkwalker. Last year, I had the privilege and the pleasure to collaborate with Todd Grossman, CEO of Americas for Talkwalker, along with his team. And we hit it off. And he has great energy and great personality and great leadership skills. So it's no surprise to me that Talkwalker had one of their best years this year. And I really want to thank him and the Talkwalker team for their continued support of PRSA New Jersey and the Hot List event. Please be sure that you visit their expo booth. In there, they have some yummy and free giveaway items. And I'm so excited to have him to really be moderating the conversation around social media trends to watch in 2021. This is going to be a good one, folks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Todd Grossman, and thank you so much for joining us today. Shakira, when you called and said that you were going to be having the PRSA New Jersey Hot List event again, we immediately wanted to participate. And just my background with the chapter, I've been involved with PRSA and the local chapters of New York and New Jersey for more than 20 plus years now, and New Jersey is near and dear to my heart. And we're just really excited to be here today to discuss the social media trends to watch in 2021. With me, I have, joining from Los Angeles, digital marketing consultant Eric Schwartzman. We've been together on panels before. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
I hear you great. Thank you.
Super. Thanks for joining. We also have with us Shabazz Kelton, a digital marketing advisor, or should I say the technology guru, technologist based out of London. Shabazz, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you. Excited to be here. Thanks for having me, Todd.
Awesome. Good to have you both. We'll have a few minutes at the end of this session to answer any questions that you may have in the audience, and feel free to enter your questions and comments throughout the chat box during this session, and we'll be looking at that. Before we dive into the trends, let me tell you a little bit about TalkWalker for those of you who don't know what we do. We're a social media listening and analytics company that empowers over 2,000 companies to optimize the impact of their communication efforts. We provide businesses with an easy-to-use platform and way to protect, measure, and promote one's brands worldwide across all communication channels. Now, for the real reason why we're all here is to talk about the social media trends to watch out for in 2021. And our coverage of social media trends dates back to 2015, when TalkWalker first published this report. And here's a fun fact. At that time, back in 2015, there were 2.2 billion active social media users worldwide. And we are currently looking at a landscape now of 3.6 billion. So it's increased quite a bit. In terms of how we determine the trends in putting together this year's report, we looked at number one, expert opinions. Each year we ask industry experts and influencers to share the trends they predict and will dictate the forthcoming year. Number two, and this is the first time we did this, we did a survey. We surveyed consumers and asked them to rate the trends and their impact on brands. And number three, social media listening. Of course, using the TalkWalker platform, we examine which trends are resonating on social media. And lastly, we look for topics that have been newsworthy. While we won't have time to cover all the trends today, you can read about them all in the report that PRSA will link to an email following up today's webinar. The first trend that I'd like to discuss with our panelists are the 4 C's of COVID-19 content. Basically, these are community, contactless, cleanliness, and compassion. And even if the pandemic is resolved in 2021, brands will need to adapt their communications with these pillars in mind. And Eric and Shabazz, the first question, Eric, why don't we start with you? What brands come to mind that are successfully using this strategy? And what advice could you share for those looking to weave these pillars into their comm strategy?
Well, thank you. And thanks for inviting me. And hi to everyone at PRSA New Jersey. It's great to be here with you today. You know, when I think about this trend, Todd, I think about all the COVID-19 corporate communications emails I've received from brands. I mean, I have received hundreds. I've received so many that I'm numb to them now. I get emails from my city telling me to wash my hands. I get emails from UCLA Health telling me to call 911 if I feel sick. I get emails from my bank telling me to contact the SBA if I want COVID-19 disaster relief. Now, is it just me? Or, I mean, does anybody actually find this stuff useful? Now, I get it. Nobody wants to look like they're asleep at the wheel. So they send out these stuff we all know emails with links to things we already get. And I mean, for me, I think they're worthless. So unlike swag, which I know you're giving away in your booth, nobody wants swag. Nobody wants stuff we all know. So here's my COVID communications litmus test. 1, is it new information? 2, is it in character? I never got an email from my gym until they closed down because of COVID, and then they started emailing me recipes every week. Okay, it was out of character. It didn't feel right for their brand. And 3, is it brief? You know, people are juggling all sorts of pressures now that they didn't have to juggle before. So if you're going to send out COVID communications, my sense is be brief and be gone.
Shabazz, can you add to that? Any brands come to mind that are successfully using a strategy, and any recommendations that you would have?
Yeah. I just want to say I love Eric's response there. I don't, you know, this isn't the time for brands to start acting brand new because of COVID. I've long said to my clients that, you know, COVID hasn't created any new change. What it's done is accelerate change in behaviors that were already on the way anyway. It's been an accelerator for what's been going on in the world anyway. So this isn't a time to act brand new. Honestly, when you mention brands that I think are handling this new marketing communications landscape well, my mind goes to one that is based actually in Europe, out of Scotland, called Brewdog, which I think is still coming in the US as they expand. But they've recently committed to become carbon, or actually succeeded at becoming carbon negative. So not COVID specifically related, but it's true to their brand, right? And it's true to who they are, who they've been, and who they'll continue to be. I think what we've got to do is tear down this mask that I think brands used to be able to hide behind and just be a sort of logo or a mascot. And what we're seeing is that there's an era of transparency that's unfolding before us in terms of people. Individuals are connecting with people, businessmen and businesswomen, on a more deeper personal level. So if you're going to send out a COVID message, well, as Eric mentioned, it needs to be in line with who you were before COVID, or at least who you're going to be for the long haul after COVID. This isn't the right time to just do something that's spur of the moment, because it's going to fall tone deaf. It's been my take on it. So I think this is the good time for brands to sort of look in the mirror and ask, you know, does my brand have a heart? What is our heart? What do we care about? And what are we going to be about in our messages? And stick to that.
I did see 2 useful examples from brands. There's a brand called Canva, and Canva provides all sorts of templates for creating both digital and print communications. And they distributed a bunch of COVID communications templates that you could use when sharing content on social media. I thought that was useful. And then another brand called Blueberry, which is a technology platform for distributing podcasts, distributed COVID PSAs.
Thanks for sharing that. And what I hear from both of you is really from the heart, being authentic and transparent, and try not to be something that you're not, in essence. So the next trend, I love this one, mimetic media, new word for me. Memes are spreading across the internet as a fun way to engage communities. And we're even seeing that brands are getting in on them. So mentions of memes on social media increased over the last 13 months from 19.8 mentions in August of 2019 to 24.9 million mentions in July 2020. So that's a 26% increase. Gentlemen, what do marketers and communication pros need to know before they try their hand at memes? Shabazz, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so I've long, you know, we've said in our industry for a long time that content is king. Recently, I've begun saying, well, content is king, then context is the queen. And in a lot of places, the queen outranks the king. So the key to success with memes, I've found, is to really know who we're speaking with, to know our audience. I think memes have become more popular because mobile devices have become more popular. So the way that we ingest and consume this media has changed. If we think about years ago, when the main way that we consumed media was through a television screen, if you see a meme on your TV, it doesn't have the same charm as it does on your phone. And that's because It's not really a message that's meant for a wide audience, not meant to be shared with the room. A meme is meant just for you. It's on your phone. It's probably in your feed with a bunch of information that's been meant just for you and tailored for you. So I think the important part about memes is understanding your audience. And the right way to do that, I think, is to understand that memes are generally an intersection of two pieces of information. So there's the image, and then there's usually the copy. And with a meme, one of those needs to be familiar, right, to the audience. It's going to either be an image that they recognize or a message that they recognize. And the other one is going to be new information. And that's where the humor comes in, because that juxtaposition can be unexpected. So it's important before creating a meme, I'd say, to understand who are we talking to, what do we know about them, what do we know them to care about? And that's got to be one of the variables. And then we can have some fun with the other one as long as it's on brand.
Eric, what do you think? Any advice for those wanting to get into memes and experimentation? And
well, beyond the message management issues, which I think are real and important, because some brands might not be comfortable stepping into this space. They're not for everyone, but I think it's important to talk for a moment about the use of persuasive language and the art of rhetoric, because I think that's basically what it comes down to. When we present information, our Western education has taught us to rely on science and reason and logic, but it turns out that's the wrong formula for creating viral content online. Because we decide based on our emotions and rationalize our decisions based on the facts. So the real secret to going viral is striking an emotional record with three specific emotions, which are awe, anger, and anxiety. And two are negative, one's positive. And I think the basic formula for virality, for viral media, which is something you can see on a Talk Walker map, is one, tell the story. Two, use figures of speech like rhyme, repetition, and metaphor. It's no secret that it's Chuck E. Cheese, Bed Bath & Beyond, Build Back Better. These are all engineered terms designed to be memorable and strike a chord. And again, three, you've got to trigger one of those three emotions to be memorable. The other thing is, it's all about being in the right frame of mind. And if you want to get in the frame of mind for mimetic media, pick up Jerry Seinfeld's new book, which is a bestseller. And it's basically got all his jokes by decade in a big volume. And it's laugh out loud funny. And I would say sit down and read some of those first before you start coming up with your mimetic media.
That's great advice. I wrote that down. Thank you. I may put that on.
It's a funny book. And if you start your day off with it, you'll start your day off with a laugh and the right frame of mind.
I also appreciate you mentioning the virality map that Talkwalker has, where you can see where something starts and how it's going to go viral and how you can build on that. It's
because sequence really matters, right? Like we've all known in public relations that we're basically influence peddlers. We try to get a big outlet to cover our news first and get some sort of a snowball effect running. Well, the same thing's true in social. If you can get an influencer to retweet you first, that's how you go viral. And of course, the Talkwalker virality map shows you who the people are that make content go viral.
So let's talk about virality. Let's talk about last year. There was a trend. There's going to be a rise in fake news. This year, one of the trends that we see, top trends, the rise of digital disinformation. We're facing an uncertain future as a hotbed of misinformation, false stories, conspiracy theories, and other lies to dictate life-changing decisions. So, Eric, let's start with you. How will the rise of digital disinformation impact brands in 2021?
Wow, it's so scary. So, when I served as special advisor on social media communications at the U.S. Department of State, search volume for the term global warming exceeded search volume for the term climate change, right? But the term climate change was far less threatening. And so someone somewhere said that we could not use the word global warming on the agency's website. We had to use the word climate change, despite the fact I think volume was about 9-1 for global warming over climate change. But, through this use of doublespeak or euphemism in this case, they were able to mandate use of a more innocuous, less threatening term and get people more comfortable with the concept of climate change, because the climate changes 4 times a year. There are 4 seasons a year. It's no big deal. Don't worry. It's not the end of the world. And this, was no accident. If you look through, the playbook of public affairs for the tobacco industry and the fire retardant industry, they took a similar approach where they basically used misinformation and disinformation to pose just enough doubt in the mind of voters that no regulatory action was needed because it's inconclusive. If you talk to a lot of people today about climate change, despite the fact that 97% of peer-reviewed science concurs that climate change is happening and it's man-made, if you talk to people today, a lot of them will say, well, it's not really conclusive. We don't know for sure. Yes, it's changing, but how much is it changing? And we don't know how. Well, that was partly fueled by a conscious effort by, in this case, GOP lawmakers who were financed by fossil fuel proponents to spread misinformation. And it worked. And we've got to a place now, with the situation we're in with the vote and the fraud. I was watching Citizen Kane last night, and there's a famous scene in the movie where Citizen Kane is caught red-handed. Orson Welles is caught red-handed in a love nest with his, main squeeze, and he's told by boss Jim Geddes that he better quit his election campaign or they're going to out him. And then they cut to the Inquirer, which is the newspaper he owns in the movie, and they're holding up a front page, and it says, Kane wins landslide record election, and the character puts it down, and he picks up the other one that says fraud at the polls, and he says, I guess we're going to have to go with this one. And it was almost like Trump stole the page from Orson Welles' playbook. I mean, it was uncanny how similar what's going on now politically mirrors what happened then. So this really isn't new stuff, unfortunately, as a result of these bubble filters that the social networks use to show us more of the same, more of what we've already been looking at as a way of increasing session time. We're in this conspiracy theory bubble.
I love what you said there about that bubble that we can often fall into. It's just the number of news outlets has increased exponentially over the last few years, because anyone can start a website and anyone can put out any sort of content, any sort of story that they want to put out. So that's why, my recommendation to a lot of our clients has been to try to control the conversation the best they can, at least around their brand. So part of that is some social media monitoring, like offered by Talkwalker, right, where you can understand the mentions of your brand, the context of those mentions, but also driving customers to an environment that you can control, be it your website, or to authoritative sources that you trust, whether it be publications that have integrity in the journalism space. It's about building a relationship with your customer and telling them where to look for information about you. And in addition to that is getting ahead of stories when they do break, right? So that you have a voice in that conversation. This is not a time to be quiet. This is not a time to really mind our manners as a brand. We have to be active and vocal in conversations that may be a bit foreign or unnatural to us in our past. But it's important that we fit into spaces where our customers are and be a voice that they can trust, and tell them where they can find other voices that they can trust around our brand. I think that's paramount moving forward.
So we have about 7 minutes left, and I want to get now, save the best for last, the number one trend as defined by our survey the impact of socially conscious audiences. In 2020, it was clear how the socially conscious generation, the future Generation Alpha, had an impact on brands, politics, and society as a whole. And companies will have to engage more with topics like mental health, inclusivity, and social justice, or face becoming irrelevant and potentially obsolete in 2021. Gentlemen, 2 minutes each for each of you. What does this mean for brands, and how do companies strike the right tone and remain authentic when communicating to consumers, employees, and stakeholders? Shabazz, let's start with you.
Okay, I'd love to bring it back to, does your brand have a heart? And what are you about as a group? I think I'll repeat myself just a bit. You know, the time of hiding behind mascots and logos and catchy jingles is behind us as an industry. Customers are smarter than that these days, and they crave a better connection than that these days. So, and the conversations honestly are getting harder to have online. If you try to be that jingle brand, you're going to fall flat. So it's tough because no pun intended, the answers aren't black and white when you're talking about questions of social injustice and tough conversations like that. So I think it's important to as a brand to be more human than we have in the past, and that starts with the leadership. So that's about your executive committee, your board of investors, your C-suite. Who are these people? What do they care about? What are their experiences? It's going to be very, very tough to come up with comms plans that can understand the perspectives, especially oppressed and marginalized perspectives, if you have no one of that group in your decision-making group. It's going to be very, very challenging. So I think diversity and inclusion in these decisions is more important than ever, because there are no clearly correct or wrong answers. It's a game of nuance and understanding and perspectives. So I would recommend that include more voices into the conversation, new voices into the conversation, and that way when you speak externally, you've got a better chance of finding the right tone with your customer base.
I spent my whole career, tippy-toeing around polarizing issues, and I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm taking a stand at this point. I believe there are truths. I believe that, everyone should be treated fairly. And at this point, from where I'm at, I'm ready to stand for that. But I don't think all brands are. And I think it's one thing to say brands should be socially conscious. It's another thing to actually be socially conscious, because people don't really want brands to choose a side. They want brands to choose their side. So I kind of think, you need to think it through to the end game. I happen to be progressive. But I love Chick-fil-A, and I know that they're a conservative brand, and I'm cool with that. They can do their thing. I still go get the sandwiches. So it's not like I'm not going to eat at the place because they take a different point of view. In fact, I have more respect for the brand that they're willing to stand on their principles. So my sense is, take a stand. It's the right thing to do.
You wear your Patagonia vest when you go to Chick-fil-A, right?
Well, you can't go there anymore. There's an app, and you have to go pick it up, as you walk by.
If you're in California, you're not in the East. We can still drive through, so it's a little bit here.
Fantastic food. Love the place.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, we have a couple minutes left. I'm looking to see if we have any questions from the audience. Just one here regarding back to memes again. Do you feel that memes have mass appeal, or are they best saved for younger audiences?
I'd say they have mass niche appeal. You will not find one meme to fit all, but there's a meme out there for everyone.
I agree.
Super. Gentlemen, that's all the time we have. Shakira, back to you. Gentlemen, thank you so much, Eric and Shabazz. It's been
Thanks
a pleasure.
for having me.
Have a wonderful weekend and a great holiday, and be safe.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. It's been fun.
Hi. Carrie, you're muted. Did you know you're muted?
Oh my goodness. You talk about being a meme, right? So maybe I'm the meme.
No, you're fine. But as long as I've known you, I'm going to say there are definitely moments.
Talk about memes, right? So it's like the mom, the 40-something mom with 3 children who doesn't know how to work technology but is doing her best. So I said that was a lively conversation, to say the least. Thank you, Talk Walker and Co. For a great conversation around social media trends in 2021 and what we should look out for. Again, please visit the Talk Walker booth. They have some goodies in there, free downloads, etc. You can actually get their whole social media report in there for free. They also have a video about some other free services that they offer. So please be sure to visit their booth. So we are at the end of our program, which has almost gone by in a flash.
It really has. I've been here all day.
You have. So Deirdre, on my end, it seems like you're frozen. Am I frozen to you as well?
You're not frozen.
I'm not frozen. You seem frozen. Okay, there we go. We got action.
That's weird. Man, no, you weren't frozen.
Okay.
You were muted, not frozen.
Okay. Could you hear everything I was saying?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you know, this is Member Appreciation Day. So we actually have some prizes.
I love it.
We did a bit of trivia in the chat. And the question was, when was PRSA started? And we had 2 responses, 2 correct answers. One,
I saw them.
Did you see them?
Yeah.
Do you know the answer?
I believe I do. I think I do.
What is it?
Is it 1947?
It is.
Okay, God. Thank God. That would have been embarrassing.
But you're president, so you can't win. Well, incoming 2022. So it's just for going through the motions of it. But so our winners for our Lunch on Main door prize, which you will be able to order and have lunch delivered to you a day of your choosing from a wonderful new delivery service that encourages people to actually eat fresh cooked lunch. It's called Lunch on Main, and they are Lunchbox on Main, and they are going to have lunch for these folks. So our 2 winners are, if we could do a drum roll. One, Linda Coles from New Jersey Manufacturers.
Congratulations, Linda.
Today. Congratulations, Linda. And 2 is our friend, Jordan Apple.
Jordan, congratulations.
Jordan always seems to win. He always somehow seems to win.
He leaves with like a gift bag.
He always wins somehow, no matter what it is. He's always winning. So congratulations, Jordan. Congratulations, Linda. Thank you so much to all of our presenters and speakers for the day. We had an amazing, fun-filled day, a lot of value, a lot of content. Again, so many people were coming in saying, or texting me or messaging saying, oh my goodness, it was so good. We wish it didn't end. But that's what we wanted it. We wanted to leave you wanting more, sharing more. We hope that everybody has tons of connections that they've made, and you're all going to be following up with one another after here. So, Deirdre, we really brought you on to introduce you to the larger membership and to talk about the new role you'll be having in 2022. But in addition to that, really to get your takeaways that you have for the day. So please, Deirdre, if you would share.
One thing, for people that don't know me, I am a social media strategist. And so it is social media is my passion. And two words that we heard mentioned throughout the day were social impact. And I think we know now that whether it's, digitally or for events, media relations, whatever a company is working on, it's important that you align your brand with, are authentic to your core values. And also, find, I think a great way, something that I would just share to put out there is a great way for a brand, whether it's a large brand or small brand, or even like the solo pros out there like us, like where we want to find a way to make a social impact and really show our community and our consumers and our clients and our prospective clients that we're serious about giving back to the community and giving back to, staying true to our values, would be to align our businesses with a nonprofit. And, one thing that 2020 has taught us, well, a lot of things, 2020 has taught us a lot, but something that one of the reports that has come out is that consumers are now reassessing where they spend their money. And they're not just going for brands that are a part of, that align their business with social impact, but that they're looking on the local scale. Because, many of us, in our communities, we saw a lot of our local businesses struggling, some even, having to close. So people really want to give back to their community. They want to spend their money in their community. So this is an opportunity for local businesses to thrive off of that and take advantage of that while simultaneously creating a local impact. So something I would say is, if you're a local business, I would definitely align your brand with a local nonprofit organization and either do, you can do a one-off fundraiser, you can make it a year-long mission, but definitely, partner in that. And that, and social media strategy is a great way to amplify that message and, let your community know what's going on. And, it helps both organizations, helps the business and it helps the nonprofit in the community gain awareness, get the support they need, get the reach, and it'll drive business and donations to both. So that is something that I recommend, because I think it's very important. I think if anything with 2020 is we need to bring humanity back into the conversation. Hi. Shakira was coming back. I apologize. Oh, there you are. I was like, am I still here? Like, I could close this out. I have no problem doing that, but I thought you were coming back.
Oh, no, it's like you were frozen on my end, but see, that's what it is. It's live. One of the good things that I really also feel like came out of 2021 is humility, is grace, and really a lot of authenticity. There's been moments where people's animals have ran on screen, people's computers have fried out during major presentations, people's internets are going down, children are crashing lives, people are on mute, i.e. me, chatting with abandon. But I feel like this is also just a year of grace. If there was another trend that I would just throw into the mix is grace. And I think that we should all keep that in 2021 and just learn to laugh at ourselves and appreciate the small things. So Deirdre, thank you so much for joining us to give your final thoughts and comments. And everyone who is here with us, either in their office or at home, again, thank you so much for tuning in today. Again, thank you to our sponsors, Talkwalker, Robert Wood Johnson, Barnabas Health, PRSA Tri-State, Maestro Communication, and as well as my company, Johnson PR and Events. Special thank you to Antoinette Miner, who is running tech support for JPR today on the back end. Thank you so much. Also to my co-event champions, Stephanie Scott Bradshaw, Dennis Wilson, Ken Jacobs. Thank you so much for your leadership and putting together other panels and just acting as a sounding board for the day. And that, my folks, is it. We did it. Woo! So please feel free to visit the expo areas. I really want to make sure that you stop by the one where the music is. Those are actually beats and frequencies that I've been listening to throughout this pandemic. One of the things, as we talked about with Callie at the start of this, was about just noise and cutting through the noise. And one of the things that I had to do was cut through music and just TV and have things that were more soothing to my mind, body, and soul. So the Wellness Music Studio is just some frequencies that help you to raise your consciousness. There's studies that show that they improve IQ, brain capacity, all of those things, and definitely just at a base level, make you feel good. We also have the PRSA Foundation Expo area. Please stop by if you can. Make a donation if it is in your heart to do so. Some of you still might need to cut some checks before the end of the year for tax time. So please consider making that donation with PRSA Foundation. So again, thank you, everyone. Have a great day and have an amazing weekend. Bye-bye.